9:08 p.m. And just to say a few words, I'm beyond pleased that we're coming together as a city. And, as you all know, because of sunshine, we don't get too many opportunities to sit together and hash things out and speak freely. This is a very, very important step to really set the foundation of what we think our city should look like over the next 5-10 years. And I'm very forward to see what comes out of this process. Looking very forward to see what comes out of it. Let's get started.
Mayor, you need to, the mics are not up.
My mic is on. I need to get closer. Hello, hello, hello. Can we turn my mic up specifically? Can everybody hear me? Okay. All right, so we're gonna be fine. Test, is that? All right, so I've already called to order. Madam Clerk, can we do roll call, please?
Councilwoman Leonard. Councilmember Gleason.
Present.
Councilmember Werner.
Here.
Vice Mayor Langowski.
Present.
Mayor O'Connor.
Present.
We have a quorum.
So please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, good morning. Is this working that you can hear me? Okay, thank you. My name's Dale Sugarman, for those of you that I have not met yet. And I'm with the International Institute of Leadership Development and Training. And I'm going to be the facilitator today and tomorrow for this strategic planning workshop. First, I want to thank the members of the council and staff for making themselves available all day on a Friday for this. I also want to thank Ken and Odette and Zoe for strategically planning, putting all of this together. You have at your seat a workbook, and I'm going to be doing the presentation here using the PowerPoint so that members of the audience can also see what we're doing. These workbooks are yours. You're welcome to make notes. You can scribble as much or as little as you want. Let me back up for a second, I think. I want to make it clear that I'm prone to mistakes. It's obvious here on the first slide. And I looked at this presentation, like I said earlier, for about 450 times, and I got the wrong dates. So bear with me as I work my way through this. Again, I'm prone to mistakes. And so if you want to point those mistakes out to me, don't hesitate to do so. Again, I'm hitting down, Zoe, and it's not moving.
Start one time.
Oh, point it at Zoe?
Oh, you probably have to point it towards the computer here.
At least we got good music.
Wrong way.
The last thing I want to say about this issue about your workbooks will become a public record. So if you want to scratch notes, be aware that in the end, we'll be done with the workbooks and they do become public record. So if you want to put down any secrets in your notebook, just be advised that the public will be able to access these notebooks, or at least copies of these notebooks, if you would like, if they would like. So let's talk about the overall objectives of this workshop. We're going to be reviewing the input that I've already received from members of the city council. I did one-on-one interviews with each of you. I spent half a day with members of the community. Turns out about 50 people showed up for the community engagement meeting and gave me 5 pages of input, which we will summarize here during the workshop, and staff. And these are what I call the engagement themes. So that's the first objective. The second objective is to develop for the city a vision, a mission, and core values. And I'll give you some definitions and some directions on what each of those 3 elements are. And then in the end, we're going to establish priorities, goals, and objectives for the future. Will we have breaks? Of course. We'll have a mid-morning break. Whenever you feel the need, just let me know. And we'll also have an afternoon break. And lunch is being provided for you today. Let's talk about the role of public input. This is a public meeting of the City Council of the City of Westlake. The public is invited to attend and to observe all of your activities. However, today and tomorrow, the work is to be done by the elected officials and the staff in attendance. So public comment will be limited to day 2 for a 1-hour period, allowing only 1 comment per person with a time limit of 3 minutes for those comments. If someone is attending today and wishes to provide a comment to what's going on, they can complete a comment card, and comment cards are in the back. Okay. And that will be read into the record on day 2. Anything we can do about the music, or
I'll find somebody from the lodge.
we're going to struggle with that? All right, so here's our planned agenda for today. Yeah, actually,
I think it's coming from outside.
so here's our planned agenda for today. We'll do an introduction of the purpose of the strategic planning workshop. We'll be doing an environmental scan of the city of Westlake. Hopefully you find that interesting. It's really a historical review of where we've been. And then I'm going to give you a summary of the engagement themes from the various interviews. Then we're going to do our actual work. We'll work to develop a city vision, develop a city mission, and develop core values. And we'll end today with council comments. Briefly cover agenda for day 2. We will recap the work that we do today. If we have any unfinished items from the work today, we'll deal with unfinished items. What I find always after day 1 and going into day 2, people have some thoughts about the entire first day. So we'll also spend some time at the beginning of tomorrow with questions, comments, and concerns. It's always interesting when you're in the middle of the strategic planning process. Afterward, in the evening, while you're enjoying a cocktail or drifting off to sleep, you think of things that we didn't think of during the day. So we'll revisit that near the beginning of day 2. Also in day 2, we're going to identify the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the challenges for the community. We'll work on identification of what are called SMART goals. And I'll explain what SMART goals are a little bit later. Some of you may know how SMART goals work from maybe the organizations you've been in, but I like to use what's called SMART goals. And again, I'll explain that a little bit tomorrow. We'll then identify and set up our consensus priorities, which are the goals and objectives, what we want to work on going forward. We'll wrap up and we'll talk about the next steps. We'll have council comments, we'll have public comments, and then we'll be done. By the way, throughout this process, if you have an issue, a comment, a question, I don't mind being interrupted. If I say something silly or wrong, I have no problem having you tell me that I'm silly or wrong, or you might have a better idea. So please don't hesitate to stop me anywhere along this process. So here are your assignments as we work through the strategic planning process. I want you to engage with each other. This next one's pretty important. I want you to listen. Listen to your colleagues. That's part of engaging and listening. I want you to ask questions. Ask questions of each other. Ask questions of me. It's probably going to be a long day today, and I'm going to put you through your paces. We're going to have a lot of work to do in a little while. I'd like you to stay focused. We will have the breaks, as I said. And lastly, I hope you enjoy the process. Now, I do have one personal special rule. I do want to encourage as much as possible dialogue and discussion. Give me as much as you can. My one special rule is no one will be allowed to say, I disagree. Instead, try, would you like to hear a different perspective? And I need to set the microphone down for a minute because this is important. Here is my perspective. When you say to someone else after they've said something, I disagree. To me, what you're saying is, I know better than you. I disagree because I know better. I disagree statements tends to create in the individual's mind who says I disagree, winners and losers. I'm a winner with what I'm thinking and what I'm saying, and you're a loser. So one of my special rules is you may not say I disagree, and I'm going to keep my signs up during the entire workshop. Instead, if somebody says something you want to take issue with, what I'd like you to say is, would you like to hear a different perspective? Does that make sense? We can live by that rule? Okay. I also am going to set up what's called the bike rack. The bike rack are for items that may be important that come up during the workshop, but are not necessarily relevant to the discussion at hand. And they're things that probably need to be discussed, but discussed at another time. And it is a time management tool. So again, let me set the microphone down for a minute. How's that? Okay, so let's get started. A warm-up exercise for everyone. Folks, want to play along? Yes,
Who prepared your PowerPoint?
I did.
So on page 2, you have the mayor welcoming everyone here,
Yes, sir.
which is fine. But to be honest, this is a city council objective. It was the entire council that approved this effort, not just the mayor. It would seem to me that you want to identify that the council as a whole initiated this process.
That's a great point. Page 2 slide was not designed to suggest who initiated the process. One of the roles of the mayor, I believe, in most communities, is to welcome people, to put ribbons on behalf of the town. And that's what that slide is going to do.
Okay.
If you'd like to welcome,
I have a different perspective.
and I appreciate that. If you'd like to welcome people, I'm ready to hear. Welcome.
Well, welcome everyone for coming, but this is a city council effort. It's not just the mayor. And it's the intent here, as I believe it, because I started off initiating a conversation with the city manager back in January, indicating that as one of the newest members of the city council, there's very little, if to no effort on the part of the council to collaborate, to discuss issues. And the city manager looked like a light clicked on in his head. He said, oh, that would be a great opportunity for a strategic planning workshop. So I just wanted to get that different perspective out there.
Thank you. Anybody else want to do introductory remarks? All right, so let's get to the warm-up. Your first assignment. You have a pad at your seat and a pen. Here's what I want you to do. Take that pen and on that pad, write your name in the upper right-hand corner of that pad. Write your name. Anybody need help so far? Or you're good? Okay, great. Now, I want you to write your name again on that pad. In the upper left-hand corner, using the opposite hand. Okay. What did you notice?
Takes a lot longer.
Takes a lot longer. Takes more effort. Not as clean. Not as neat. Yours is perfect? Of course. All right, if you noticed that yours was perfect, that's great. What?
Concentration.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what about thinking about it? It took more concentration. How about the quality of the writing the second time? Yeah, not as neat. All right, so that's what we noticed. What can we learn from this exercise?
No, right-handed.
Yeah, okay, you write right hand.
Be dexterous, that's what I like.
What else can we learn from this exercise? Doing things differently takes time and effort. Good. What else? Takes more thought. There's a different perspective. What else have we learned? Anything else?
We have a preference to use our normal handwriting.
Right. We all have a preference to do what's most comfortable for us. And in this case, our normal handwriting. So our preference is to be in our own comfort zone. And throughout the day today, and probably tomorrow, I'm going to take you a little bit outside your comfort zone. But in the end, the goal is to create a comfort zone for all of you. That's the goal here. A couple things that come to mind that I think we can learn from this. There's many different ways to do things. It can be difficult when we're asked to think or act outside of our comfort zone. We've covered that. We heard that someone can be perfect at this, so others may be more skilled at something than we are. So for those that are perfect, we might want to rely on them from time to time. Therefore, let's keep an open mind about what others have to say and how they say or do it, because they may have insight that we don't have. They may see something that we don't see, and they can help us with this process. And also, going slow, thinking through things may result in a better outcome. So let's slow it down sometimes. Want one more exercise before we get started? Okay. Let's see how we do in this one. Cross your hands. Cross your arms.
I was gonna say.
Cross your arms. Now cross them the other way. You're just overlapped. You're not. Okay. Same kind of thing. What'd you notice?
Isn't as easy.
Wasn't as easy, but it was slightly easier than writing your name with the opposite hand, okay? So there's different levels of thinking, deciding, taking action. So I got one more exercise before we get into the details. But this is for you tonight, not during the workshop. Tonight, before you go to bed, it's my assumption that everyone's going to brush their teeth. What I want you to do tonight is brush your teeth with the opposite hand. You won't believe how difficult it is. We all, again, get into our comfort zone and always brush our teeth with the same hand, unless you don't brush your teeth at night. But when you get home, give it a try. You'll be amazed. It is so uncomfortable. You can't get the job done. But I want you to try that tonight. Okay. Back to not. And I've lost Zoe too. I wonder if I can advance it myself. No, he's not in the room, right? No, give her.
I think somebody went out. Yeah.
Sorry.
Technology.
Well, this might be the time for our first break. Well, I can't move forward.
Go grab a cup of coffee.
There you go, Dale.
Oh, great, thank you.
I think it's selected and one of the items in the bottom, so that's what.
So we're on
We
break.
got it.
Yeah, no problem.
But,
Oh, we're on break.
We got it.
yeah, but we need to learn how to do it, so.
Right.
This situation.
And actually,
There's no words in there.
it wouldn't advance, and it's not during my animation.
Oh, sorry, she could have been one else. Want to take you out of WebEx?
Okay.
Can you advance to the next one? Can you advance to the next one?
I can, but the animation is not happening. Some of the slides have step by step.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. I thought I had it, I thought.
Okay, I think we're on.
Okay.
Thank you. No, it's hung up again.
Hang on, I was messing with it. Sorry, try now.
No.
No?
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Current vision.
That's about 10.
You get my new one? Which one are you? Let's see. I'm Gary. Oh, you're in Crestmont. Okay.
Okay, so let's get going again. So why would we even do strategic planning? What is the purpose of strategic planning? Well, good. The council will identify a clear course and direction for the city of Westlake over the next 2 to 5 years. This is you setting the direction. The city management team and your contract consultants will use the strategic plan goals to plan their work and to allocate resources. This is to focus the effort. And the city management team will collect, track, and report data to measure progress and outcomes. And this is monitoring performance. Strategic planning has elements. I think you've heard me talk about them before, but one of the most important is the crafting of a vision for the community. The vision's a clear and concise statement of where the city of Westlake is heading toward the future. You will also craft a mission. We will do that together. The mission is a statement of what the organization stands for. It helps to direct day-to-day actions of the council, staff, and consultants. Another element of strategic planning is to create core values. Core values are the core principles that govern the actions and behaviors of city leaders, employees, and consultants in carrying out the vision and the mission. Establishing priorities is another element of strategic planning. Priorities are broad categories of interest to the community, which are ultimately expressed as goals and strategies. And goals and strategies are what we're going to work on specifically tomorrow. And then there's outcomes. The outcomes are the results from the actions completed to achieve the short-term and the multi-year goals. You've probably heard the concept of strategic planning, and you maybe have heard the concept of strategic thinking. Strategic planning and strategic thinking are different. Strategic planning and strategic thinking are not the same. In strategic planning, an executive leadership team gathers and decides the best paths the organization can take to achieve its goals. This is the function of the elected leadership, and that's what we're doing today and tomorrow. In strategic thinking, elected officials, city staff, consultants, and interested stakeholders continually interact to find new ways to contribute to the organization's overall success. You know, the world is changing rapidly, and organizations need strategic thinkers to stay one step ahead of a dynamic environment. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in strategic planning, but everyone must keep an eye on the future and not just react to what is happening in the present. Do not let the future surprise you. Now, in order to figure out where we are going in the future, we need to see where we have been. And so, my firm conducted an environmental scan. What is the environmental scan? The environmental scan tells us who we are. It involves the demographics of the community, the socioeconomic statistics of the community, and we've put together some indicators.
This
No, go ahead.
spelled wrong.
What is? Oh, indicators. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. So, okay, good for you. So, yeah, so we're going to do indicators. And we'll take a look at that. Now, I don't, in the PowerPoint presentation, it should have come up with the red line or something, but maybe indicators is a word. It probably is a word. Okay, so we'll do indicators. And we'll take a look at the annual budgets over the years, take a look at some building permit statistics, and we'll look at some PBSO statistics. Okay, so let's talk about who we are. What I want to share with you, frankly, is some statistics that are they are definitely out of date. And the reason why they're out of date is because these statistics were pulled from the 2023 U.S. Census Bureau Community Survey website. And I think you can see at the bottom of that first page, the website where this is pulled from. Now, the reason why some of these are out of date is because it's from 2023. And as we all know, Westlake is the fastest growing community, not only in Palm Beach County, but probably in the state of Florida. And if not, it's close. So some of the statistics you're going to see for things like building permits and the PBSO statistics, they are up to date through the end of May. But what I'm going to show you here next, the demographics, are what people see on the website when they do a search for City of Westlake, Florida. So anyone that's thinking about coming here, some realtors, some attorneys, some folks who are probably interested in doing commercial activities may look at the U.S. Census Bureau. So when I show this to you, bear with me. What I'm showing this to you for is to let you know what others are seeing about the city of Westlake. And what's going to be important is that when you look at these, you look at the trends. I think what's important are the trends, not necessarily the exact statistics. So let's start with median age. So it looks like from the Census Bureau, our median age is around 38 years old. And the population by age range is pretty well distributed. Although the 20 to 29-year-old age group is falling less than 10%. On each of these upcoming slides, I'll ask you if there's any surprises.
Compared to the county.
Well, what you can see on the left there is about 90% of the figure in the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, Florida metro area. The median age is 41.9, so it's just a little under. And it's about 90% of the figure in the entire state of Florida at 42.6 years of age.
Very young community.
It's a very young community. Yeah, that's great.
I mean, I think if you take into consideration the amount of young families we have, a lot of people have young children, and that will offset the age drastically.
Well, look at the first bar. 0 to 9 is 15%. Even 20 and under is 28%. So a good quarter of your population is under the age of 20. And again, I got to emphasize, you can see on the bottom, the source is the 2023 statistics. So something like age probably hasn't changed much in the last 2 years. It's probably a pretty accurate trend. Let's look at sex, race, and ethnicity. So the women are reigning. Okay. Race and ethnicity from the Census Bureau, 48% of the community is white, 17% black, 30% Hispanic. And all of the other races and ethnicities fall either at 0 or 1%. Any thoughts about that? More.
More races?
Yes. Yeah. Ethnicity. Marital status. Now, this measure the population over 15 years of age. So I think this one's kind of an interesting chart. 30% of your community, the male portion of your community, have never been married. 23% female. 67% male are married, 65% female. Looks like the women prefer divorce over men.
Ally.
All right, this slide is definitely out of date, clearly out of date, but this is what is out there on the internet from the Census Bureau. So what we're going to see in a little while when we look at building permits, we know that the number of single-family homes is around 3,300. Okay, but this is what's being reported. So the number of households is 960, according to the Census Bureau, and it averages 3 persons per household. So I debated whether or not to include this slide, but decided that I would because, again, this is what people are seeing if they use this website. And later on, we're going to talk about communicating with the public and getting the quote unquote image of Westlake out there clearly. And that'll be something we're going to work on. So again, I debated about whether including this or not, but I think it's important because this is what is out there. Yeah, number of housing units, again, showed 964. It's way more than that. But here, if you look at the bottom right, you see some of the housing units were built between 2010 and 2017. Of course, we know the city was incorporated in 2016, so you had almost no housing units before 2017. And 62% of the current housing units, according to this slide in the U.S. Census Bureau, 62% were built between 2018 and 2020. And since 2021, it's reporting 37%. Again, this is probably not a very useful slide, but I wanted you to see what's out there.
Do you think is looking at this information online?
People like real estate people, anyone who wants to think about doing a business here. A lot of folks use the U.S. Census Bureau. They advertise quite a bit that we have up-to-date information. And so, and maybe anyone who wants to think about moving to Westlake might be looking at this. Okay, value of owner-occupied housing units. So the Census Bureau is reporting in 2023 that the median value of owner-occupied housing units is just under $630,000. And you can see the bulk of the value is falling between 400,000 and just around $1 million. So you're picking up 84% between 400 and $1 million. And actually, look at that, 65% is between 500,000 and $1 million. And when we compare that to the metro area, it's about 1.5 times the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, Florida metro area, which comes in at 405,000, and nearly double the amount when you compare it to the state of Florida at 325,000. Per capita income for individuals, just under 60,000, and the median household income is 140,000. So again, compared to the metropolitan area, about 1.4 times both the metropolitan area and the state of Florida. And you can see the household incomes, the majority fall above the $100,000 level. You're getting up around 75%. The households are earning 100,000 or more, which is, as it says here, nearly double the amount of the regional area and definitely double the amount of the entire state of Florida.
Business were to be looking at this information, they would also be looking at the surrounding area as well. Because in our comprehensive plan, there's mention that Westlake was created or supported to be created, not only as a city serving itself, but serving the, I guess, this area, the Loxahatchee Groves acreage area. And there was an absence of commercial businesses serving this area. So they would look at a larger population.
Well, I imagine they would, but if they focused just on Westlake, this is some of the things they'd see about Westlake. But yeah, I'm sure you're right. They would probably look in all of western Palm Beach County.
Market area.
Yeah. Educational attainment. This one's an interesting statistic. Almost 100% of the folks who live here are high school grads or higher. That's pretty good. And more than half have a bachelor's degree or higher. That's really good. We got a smart group that live here. Transportation to work. So the average commute time in 2023 was seen as 52.1 minutes, which is 1.5 times the regional figure and nearly double the figure in the entire state. Now, again, remember, this is from 2023. The commute could be probably longer now. Interesting fact, when I left my house this morning, it took me 53 minutes to get here. I'm coming from Boynton Beach. 53 minutes. And I was going against traffic. In other words, I was going the easier route instead of going toward West Palm Beach. And 67% of the folks who drive to work drive alone. It says 9% carpool, which that surprised me a little bit. And this next bar graph was not surprising. Public transit is way down there. It's almost zero. Exactly. And we're going to talk about that. So yes, this is one of the opportunities. Nobody's walking to work or bicycling to work. And this showed in 2023 that 21% of the folks were working at home. Now remember, this is coming right out of a pandemic. So that statistic may be...
Before you move on.
Yeah.
The 67%, and I heard from residents here that would like to attend council meetings, but can't because their commute from work home brings them back here later than 6 o'clock. Yes.
Right, and so we can talk about that as we go on. So that's just a snapshot of who we are. Again, I apologize that it's a little bit old, some of the statistics, but I wanted you to see the trends. And I wanted you to see maybe what other folks are looking at when they're trying to discover what the city of Westlake is all about. Let's continue with the indicators.
But not in Dick, so.
Oh, you looked it up? It didn't show as a word? Okay. So that's the second mistake that I've made here on the PowerPoint presentation. So we'll look at some city finances. We'll spend some time taking a look at budget trends. And that's for the time period of 2017 to 2025. Now, when I show you these statistics, it's not really that important that we get into the minute details of the statistics. What I think is most important when we look at this is the trends. The trends can be your friends. Take a 9-year look at the city budget. So starting back in 2017, the approved budget was $1.3 million. And you can see the growth of the approved budget through the years, going down the chart to this year's approved budget of a little more than $10.6 million. Next column over is the millage rate. And as you can see, the millage rate from the beginning was at 5.125 mils per $1,000 of assessed valuation. And the millage rate stayed the same through 2022. And then 2023, it was reduced to 5.1, reduced again in 24 to 5.0. And this year, you set the millage rate at 4.7. I also took a look at the reserves. I hope these numbers are accurate. I worked with your finance department to try and make sure that the numbers were right. I did look at your annual operating budget documents for all of these 9 years. The reserves were reported differently in certain years. And I also looked at the top, or the issue of fund balance. And in the early years, the fund balance was stated in your documents. Later on, the fund balance numbers disappeared.
You were stopgap funded for many years.
Yeah.
Anything the city didn't, what we were fortunate enough to have the developer cut us a check for what we were short every year.
And I'll show you that on the next slide too. But the reserves, I believe these figures are accurate. Your finance department people told me that they're accurate. So you can see that your reserves right now in 2025 are approaching $3 million. Now, I'd even turn to Ken for input. Typically, what municipalities like to have in reserves is between 25 and 30% of their annual operating budget. And you can see you're right on the number of 25%. And I don't know if Ken's got a comment on that or not.
We've been working towards that, and being able to stand on our own 2 feet requires that type of reserves in our funds.
Any comments on any of these statistics? Anything jump out at you? And isn't the right way. Good point. Okay, so then what I did was I took 3 comparative years of general fund revenues and general fund expenditures. And this chart's a little bit all over the place, but let me walk you through it. So I looked at the years 2017, 2021, and 2025. And so the top line shows your ad valorem tax revenues. It was just $72,000 in 2017.
Every year.
Yeah. And in this year, it's 6.5 million in ad valorem tax revenues. Now, the next line down is what's called the discounts. Remember, any time a taxpayer pays their municipal tax bill early, they get a discount off of what their entire tax bill is. So you have to deduct the early payers. And so I just wanted to report that out, that the discount does grow every year. There's another line in there of other taxes, which is made up of a whole lot of different things, but other taxes now comes to a little bit over $1.1 million. And permits and fees, this is mostly related to development activities, was $156,000 in 2017, and today is 2.7 million. And as the vice mayor, I think, was saying, the developer did do a guaranteed contribution. So in the early years, when the city couldn't balance its budget because of a lack of revenues, but an increase in expenditures, the state law says municipalities have to have a balanced budget. You can't spend more than you take in. And so in the early years, the developer made a contribution. It was called the guaranteed contribution. And you can see back in 2017, it was a little over 1.1 million. As recently as 2021, it was 1.5 million. So every year there was a guaranteed contribution coming from the developer that allowed the city of Westlake to demonstrate to the state that it could have a balanced budget. And look where we are in 2025. So there's no need for a guaranteed contribution anymore. We assume it looks like our revenues exceed our expenditures. And let's take a look at expenditures for those 3 years. So the legislative is the budget for the city council. We were at 248,000 in 2017. And today in 2025, we're at a little more than $516,000. Our administrative expense, which includes city manager, city clerk, attorney, engineering, the contract consultants was around 723,000 in 2017. Today, we're up to 1.5 million. Planning and zoning is the big one. Just under 100,000 in 2017. Today, it's 2,741,900. And look at that number for expenditures on planning and zoning, 2,741,900. And look up top again on revenues for permits and fees. So your budget demonstrates that your planning and zoning function is not net revenue generating. In other words, you're not making money off of the development that's going on. You are charging exactly what it's costing for permits and fees, which is very important.
Does it mean we're subsidizing development?
I don't believe so. It
No.
means that you're not making a profit off of development.
It's a pass-through.
If I, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but if I remember correctly, state statute now requires that building departments cannot spend off money to the general fund or to any other fund. They have to be sole supporting.
Sole supporting from the revenues.
Correct.
Collection from
From the permit fees and stuff, yes.
There's some legislation right now that could potentially change that.
I know.
That's good.
It's always going to change.
Change it which way?
So for certain instances, there's obviously an insurance crisis going on in the state. There's a housing crisis. So they're looking at like as it stands right now, legally, you can't mix the funds. You can't take money from the general fund or the building fund. There may be some legislation that in certain instances to maybe subsidize the cost of the insurance or housing, that you can take from one fund to another, but that's still all up in the air.
Yeah. But I think this statistic is important because it does demonstrate that you're complying with the law. And that's important, right, Sean?
Sir.
Yeah, very important. Public safety. Now, I got to be candid. This is probably my third mistake. The numbers here are just for PBSO. I failed to go into your documents and take a look at the costs associated with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. That may or may not be an issue, but this is PBSO numbers.
Fire is a separate MSTA,
Oh, an MSTU? Okay,
MSTU for county.
It's included in your county side of the taxes.
perfect. That's why I didn't include it, see?
See, we saved you.
Yeah, well, so it wasn't a mistake. I just couldn't find it was the problem. So there's your public safety numbers, which is PBSO. It was 275,000 in 2017, and now we're up to a little bit more than $1 million. And I know at the last few monthly council meetings, there's been discussion about adding officers. And I know Ken's looking at that, and there's been discussions and negotiations with SO. And I don't know if we'll have a chance to talk about that over the next day or two, but it may be a good topic that we can talk about if you think that's appropriate.
We're having a budget workshop on the 24th, so it'll certainly come up there.
And the last line is not really an expenditure. It was just, I wanted to report out the reserves again. In 2017, you did not have reserves. 2021, the reserves were under 400,000, and today we're at 2.7 million.
What's your experience as to what reserves should be used for?
That's a great question. Do you want me to answer that, or should we find out around the room what people think?
Worth hearing from you.
Okay.
But also from everyone else.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for asking that. So in my experience, reserves should be used for the unexpected. Anything that's unexpected, whether it's natural, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ken.
I'm sorry, new legislation. In other words, if the state turns around and puts something in place that now you have to react to, if you don't have reserves, you're behind the 8 ball, you got to go borrow the money, you got to find a way to fund it. If you have the reserves, at least you can plan for it and move forward as the new legislation takes effect. Also, you have to have first quarter operating reserves, which is 1/4 of your budget every year has to be in reserves before you get your money from your taxes. So you always have to have at least 1/4 operating plus other contingency fees, which is generally about 20 to 25% of your budget.
Which is where we're at this point.
Correct. We built it up to that. As you can see, in the beginning, we had nothing. We were going on a shoestring and a prayer,
Right.
and the funding that we needed as we did. But now we're at the point where we've established ourselves in the typical financial stability of a real city, shall we say, and we're ready to go and continue down that road.
And so to directly answer your question, my opinion is that you use reserves for the unexpected. Now, the unexpected can be sudden unexpected, like a hurricane or a plane crash, or anything unexpected that's a disaster. But as Ken said, there could be a change in state statute and you have to comply, and that's unexpected. And so that's what reserves can be used for. But I also believe that if your reserves are built up enough, and some municipalities set a floor for building reserves. Our reserves will never go below, say, 25%. And they do that by typically resolution, not ordinance, but you do it by resolution. And if your reserves build up beyond the 25%, it's also my experience that you can use reserves for special projects. It doesn't have to necessarily be the unexpected. Actually, reserves in the general fund can be used for any public purpose determined by the governing body. So as a city council, you can use reserves for whatever you want, but you want to keep your floor somewhere around 25%. If you get better, you'll just keep money in the bank for the unexpected. And if you get real good with your reserves, you can do it for any public purpose that the city council decides. So you may want to build a statue to the 5 of you. And if you see that as a public purpose, you can use reserves for that, but you have to declare it as a public purpose.
Or you can build your reserves to offset potential bonds or loans to build a city hall or to build any other city facilities. So again, you build reserves as you can build reserves for the times that are tough and plan forward for capital projects that you've got down the road.
May I?
Sure, Mayor.
So reserves, in my opinion, should be not only for the unexpected and the, incredible moments, but also for the unknown. Right now, we constantly have to look at the temperature. There's lots of talk of eliminating property taxes altogether, replacing it with some form of a sales tax. But we have to look at how we're going to fund our city. Reserves are for those, excuse my language, oh shit moments when things change, but also for the unknown. So for example, we're trying to get appropriations to build a city park, and we're doing it in a very fiscally responsible, staged way. We're not building more than we can build at any time. I was in Tallahassee at least half a dozen times fighting for those appropriations, and we don't know if we're going to get 300 or 600 or nothing. great news is it looks like we're gonna get the full 600. They were fighting over, the House and Senate were fighting over a budget, a $4 billion difference. They finally come to an agreement, and it looks like our 600 is buried in that number. So we're gonna get the 600, which requires a match from the city. So we didn't know if we were gonna get 10,000, we didn't know if we were gonna get 50,000. So when we did budget, we purposefully added funds into the reserve in anticipation of maybe we'll get money, maybe we won't. But then we can use that money and build responsibly. So it's really, really important. I think reserves are one of the most important things that we do. So,
One other thing that you haven't addressed, maybe you will later on, I do see a lot of the comments that comes up, but we're very unique in the standpoint that we don't own any roads. Sid is a major partner with us, and at some point in the future, we will own roads. And I don't know that the council at this point has any sense of when that transition occurs and whether or not there are any unexpected costs that are going to come up as a result. But that's something that I have a concern about. Would like to see the council discuss that and see how we can get more collaboration with Sid so that when we come time for that transition, we're not surprised or shocked.
Using Sid, I would compare it to Wellington and Acme. Acme still owns all the facilities, all the utilities, et cetera. It's still part of Acme. It's a dependent district. For the good of the city in the long run, you never want to get rid of the district. It will become a dependent district, which would be under the leadership of a board from the city, but it would never go away because it allows you to have another funding source, another source of opportunity for grants, et cetera, et cetera. So it never really goes away, and you would never transfer the ownership out of roads out of SID into the city. You would leave it in SID, but it becomes a dependent district after the time frame spelled out in the charter.
So you're saying at that point, when that transition occurs, the city still would not get any gas tax?
Well, actually, we're actually at the point, we've crossed a threshold, and the attorneys are finishing working on it, that we will be receiving gas tax because we were not of a certain size, et cetera, and age, but we will be receiving gas tax in the near future.
Okay.
So we will be starting getting gas tax, but then what we have to do is set up an interlocal agreement between the city and SID so that the city can fund SID for certain road improvements, et cetera, but and utilize the gas tax because it can only be used for road improvements or road maintenance.
Okay, any idea when that takes place?
I don't know whether it's going to happen this budget cycle or next budget cycle, but it just happened. We just crossed the threshold. I just like 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, I got some information from one of the attorneys that we'd crossed that threshold, and I have both the city attorney and SID's attorney working on the details of how we can make sure we got it locked down legally and funded.
Is that a population threshold?
I don't remember the exact threshold. It's kind of I think it's a time level population. I think it's road miles and some other stuff. 4 or 5 different things that are involved in it. But we just barely crossed the threshold.
Sure, that's good news.
Dale, I think you're missing a very important field that I think we should just talk about quickly, and that's the city's debt. I don't see it on here. Ken, you want to let us know how much debt the city has?
Zero debt.
It's very important.
Okay.
So we're talking about a city that has no debts.
Good point.
Well, the debt would be derived from bond issues.
Yes.
Take our park, for instance, right? It's a $13 million park. We could have taken on the debt and built the park today. But now now we'd be a city with $13 million in debt.
Right.
We're being responsible as a council, and we have a city with zero debt, which I think is huge.
Right,
I
but
want you
we,
to think of a different perspective when it comes to debt too.
Okay,
Debt allows municipalities to spread the costs across the using population at that time. So it's not always looked at in a bad situation. It could be looked at as you and I are paying for what we're going to use today, and people down the road are going to be paying for what they're going to use then during capital improvement projects. So that's, should be something that we could all consider.
When looking at a city that's growing as fast as we are, you know, we CO 12 to 15 houses a week, you know, 10 to 15 homes. Our population is changing by the hundreds, sometimes in a month. That being said, if the city were to potentially take out a debt, I think it should be not in the primary growth phase when things are, just like you said, it's an equity. You know, these people paying for what these people might be using down the line. But now we're at the point where, you know, we still haven't tapered our growing. I expect it will at some point. But the city should be a little bit more on the line before we start taking on bonds. That's just my opinion.
The only other thing I would caution on debt is the debt you take on, depending on what you build, may or may not be utilized solely by your population, but may be utilized by a high percentage of population outside the city, but the residents of the city are bearing the debt and the upkeep for it. So that's where I caution as to what we build and how we build it, so that make sure that it's the most benefit for our residents versus our residents paying the bill for everybody else.
Of course.
There's a fine line. I don't know where that line is. In all the years I've been doing this, it moves all the time. And it depends on the residents in the surrounding areas as to where that line is and who's comfortable with that line. But as we get closer, we'll have to start deeper discussions as to what we build, how it's built, and how it's paid for.
Are you referring to a public park?
Anything, city hall, whatever we may want to do.
Well, the city office, of course, would be benefit to the city.
Right.
I don't know that there'd be many outside the city that would be using it other than to learn more about the city, but
A park, on the other hand,
But
would
a public park
The
is,
park would be the biggest one that would potentially
Right.
draw from surrounding in the city would have. to pay.
right, well, just like we have access to other public
County
parks
Yeah.
outside of our city.
Correct.
yeah, we're not doing it. We're just doing it in a very responsible, measured approach
Right,
in phases. We're biting off as much as we can chew at a time.
As you say, we are growing
Yeah.
rapidly. I think our philosophy and thought process should be growing rapidly also.
One,
perspective. I was just saying his perspective.
one other thing that we need to look at before we start, you know, while we're on the debt subject, is municipalities historically have been allowed to take out tax-free municipal bonds in order to take on debt and build and grow. The current federal administration, the president, and this big beautiful bill has, they're cutting the money from somewhere. One of the places they're looking to cut it from, so cities are constantly being preempted by the state legislature. Now federally, that's where they're looking to make one of the big cuts, is tax-free muni bonds. So cities may not have the opportunity, it hasn't happened yet, but it's the big word on the street up in DC, is that that's one of the places they're gonna grab it from, is tax-free muni bonds. So what may be a tax-free municipal bond today or next year, 5 years from now responsible for paying all the taxes on that debt. So again, measured, reasonable growth, and I just love the fact that we have no debt as we sit here today. I think it's just.
but are you advocating that we get involved in it right now before it changes?
No, I just am very happy that
I have no idea.
if there was a line there that said City of Westlake's debt is 0, I'm very proud of that number.
I just wanted to bring to the point, that's not always bad.
I know, no, I agree, I agree. It's not always bad. It's just something I think is nice to mention, should have been on the side.
Good discussion. Do we need a break? Okay,
Yes, that's enough for me.
okay. Let's take 10 minutes.
Going. Yeah, right?
Some days out to me. Look at how good it is. No. Yeah, it's
Yeah, data doesn't,
crazy.
data doesn't lie. Look at it. Interesting.
Sure. That's good. Well, we don't read, well, now, if you wouldn't have started on this, you wouldn't have paid rules. You wouldn't have, but it was after the 2 years in one, you wouldn't have paid five. I told us that, so you're just trying to fill up the money because grandparents can't go out and help. Their house, kids are phenomenal. Carolina, mission center. So it's going to extend it. Good. No, 7 5 and with the next. Still, okay.
So where?
Some machine by us. Yeah.
When they got back here.
We forced to work for Richard.
One time, I said, so, no,
When they,
and I think.
2 blocks out.
Shots.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't want either.
Yeah. One weekend. Yeah.
So we can't.
So,
It's cheap. No, it's not safe. The thing is, if you're real base, you pay $10,000 Now, I'm home, yeah, there's spots, then that, okay, so there's none. We're building, okay? I paid for the, permit. Why would you? Well, and if you're a citizen, I mean, I don't want to get always, stay in New York, maybe not. I need to get a star. Then we said, I was going to have this. What for site? Hey, I actually went 10 years. Before, not, I was going to 5,000, why I get. So my schools to give away to spend notes. Low tax, and then all of a sudden, boom, it was spot, like a house, without that, we got. My mom,
I would have put my tie back on. But yeah. I took it off.
Something that the ones that. Bigger, that's the word, stand about you. Feelings to unbalanced way. Only impact on it. So. See, more than I can do it. Now, you were, say, one Westlake, about years ago. Yeah, before. We should, just act quiet. That's why I'm getting my cerebral faith out there. That's true. And I'm people. That's true. And we used to pay $1,000. No, so my wife said, well, hey, it's like this.
Really? Today?
I had to tell her.
And that's a lot of info. Yeah, why? Yeah.
I'm yeah, sure. I think that's the whole legislative law and all that. Yeah, everything's out like that. No, I'm not paying you that. What's going on here? Okay. I forgot about it. What's, did I get a raise in my also? That's the point. The plan, okay. That line item is everything in legislative. Okay. I was like, did we change them? Yeah, increased it.
I had to check my bank account. I thought you were sliding it up.
Want to ask that. I also want the public, like, what, are we paying? We can be with that. Okay. Because when you were saying like, it's not budget.
I'm hoping that you don't have any more mistakes, because that's an accurate number.
But what he's saying, I
Yeah.
totally understand.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yes.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. You going to FLC annual conference?
I know that things that signed, you have the estimate. See that and you
That's because I want to your rules. Oh, so, no, we know.
Okay, ready to reconvene?
Let's do it.
Okay, so I've been asked to ask you to please make sure that you're speaking into the microphones because we are recording this and we need your assistance in that. And I think we're right at the edge, so. All right, and before I move on, any issues with revenue and expenditure detail here before I move on?
Dale.
Yeah.
So for the legislative, that number was large, so I wanted to, bring that up, that what that encompasses. For the 2025 year.
So the legislative line item of $516,100 is significantly higher than the 2 previous years. Ken, you want to adjust or
That line
address
item,
that?
that line item also includes the Fourth Fest and all the other events that are in there. It's the total for the legislative line item in the budget, which includes the stipends for the council, plus travel, plus the meetings that you all go to and stuff like that. It's all in there, one shot.
And
It's that total line item.
rental fee each month,
Pardon?
the rental fee for the lodge, is that?
I
in
believe,
there?
not sure if that's in legislative or that's in admin. I can't remember which line item that's in.
All right, good point. Anything else before we move on? Okay. So let's talk about building permits that have been issued. I looked at years 2017 through 2025, and that's year to date as of May 28th, 2025. And let's look at the trend. So single family homes in 2017 there were 29. And looks like we had some pretty good growth between 20 and 23. 2024, single family building permits fell off to 362.
Sure.
And through May of this year, 128 single family home building permits. So when you do add that up, it comes to 3,309, which is a whole lot more than the Census Bureau statistic that we looked at earlier. So we're 3,300 single family homes through the end of May. No multifamily homes were permitted in the first 4 years, and in 21 we saw 4. Grew to 50, then 54 in 24. We saw pretty good expansion and growth, 184 multifamily building permits, and through the end of May this year, 65. And multifamily permits adds up to 357 since 2017. Commercial building permits issued, looks like it's fairly steady through the years. Look at 2017, started with 89 that year. So the commercial folks were coming here before the single family folks. In the last column, we have no industrial building permits. Anything stand out to anybody?
Well, back to the multifamily, a permit for a multifamily structure could actually be 4, 6 units, right?
It's townhomes.
I'm sorry?
Townhomes are
Terraces.
classified as multi-residence.
So
Crossings.
each unit would then have a permit.
Yes,
Okay, and that's what this is reflecting?
yes.
Okay.
So the main thing about this, and it's shocking to see it, is because every Friday we get a report from Ken. It tells us how many homes,
See you.
right, CO'd basically. The slowdown has happened. I mean, look at this, look at these numbers. Every single year from 2018, drastic uptick from 500, 657. And then you see even, 500, 362. And now we're going in the opposite direction. We're less than half. I mean, and we're only halfway through the year,
But Mayor,
but
you
it's
also
still trending
you
back
also have to
down.
look at when your multifamily, your townhomes started kicking in. So you got
Yeah.
522 plus the 54, the 360 plus the 180. That gets,
True.
because you're getting COs on the total number of units,
So
which actually
certain-
prior to 21, you didn't have any towns, so you only had single family.
right, but I mean,
attached.
the trend is certainly shifting because, so we're only halfway through the year, so we can't really, we could cut 24 in half and compare it that way. But looking at the multifamily versus single family, and I think we could probably agree that that is the reality, is the city of Westlake is now building less single family homes and more multifamily.
Yeah.
That's the new direction.
Some of it's price point.
Right. Wow. In terms of commercial, is that individual little, every single,
Yes.
Pod or.
Tenant improvement,
every bay gets a permit? Okay. Got it. Okay.
What else do we need to talk about on this?
well, there's no industrial. And somewhere through this process, maybe we can have some discussion about how the city can work more closely with the main property owner to collaborate in marketing and advertising for opportunities for industrial manufacturing, business development in the city of Westlake.
I don't know the answer to this question, but does the land use designation authorize
We
industrial?
have some light
We have a lot of
industrial.
industrial.
Light industrial.
Right.
Okay. What else?
We know that there's more single-family projects. We just approved a plat for 448 homes. We know the pines in the, pines, these called the woodlands,
Oaks.
the oaks.
Yes.
They're still at the beginning of their process.
Right.
So a lot of homes there.
Oaks will be, build out Oaks is 600 and I think 622. And the GL site is 448
48.
total. There's another 1,000 units there.
Right, and I think Pressman still has 200 to maybe 300 homes left.
Correct. Plus, there's another section to the east of GL Homes, south of Persimmon, that's slated for potentially another 450 or so will fit.
Right, and then we have a lot of townhomes coming We have those villas and cottages.
Yep.
On Block F. I don't know the number. I mean, Minto isn't stopping, they're continuing, which is fine. We need the rooftops.
Okay, move on. So let's talk about
some PBSO statistics. And these statistics are through 2024. Don't have the 2025 statistics yet, even year to date. But these statistics come from the district commander as of May 28th of this year. And this chart's a little bit busy, but I think that you'll see some trends over the next two charts. We've only had one robbery in town, no homicides, thank goodness. One shooting in 2019. I didn't look behind the statistics, but no stabbings, a little bit of sexual assault. Residential burglary, minimal. Business burglary, minimal. We have had some stolen vehicles. Looks like the biggest issue for burglary is at the construction site.
Construction theft.
We have some vandalism in town and some larceny. I had to look up the true definition of larceny, and it's theft of personal property. That's what larceny is. I have another chart of SO statistics, but I don't want to leave this in case there's any questions or
Just to touch on
input.
that, larceny could also be theft of business property, commercial property, any property that's owned by.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It's beyond personal too, right?
The increase of establishments that sell things
Mhm.
is going to increase your shoplifting thefts, which is going to in turn increase your larceny. Just so.
So we have a public safety expert, we're fortunate enough to have one on our council. I would love to just, looking at this, get your opinion on,
So
what do you,
the trends are obvious. You're gonna have your commercial, your thefts, your burglaries within your construction sites. Those are gonna start to die down as less and less construction is done
Obviously.
in the city. So we're not gonna have as many of those. Those are just usually internal incidents that occur from upset
What-
employees and stuff like that.
Councilman Gleason, in your opinion, just like a myopic look at the city of Westlake. I mean, for me, thinking, just looking at this, and I'm not the expert, you are, but I look at it and I think we're a really safe city.
No, we're very.
What's your opinion?
We are absolutely a very safe city. There's, we have zero violent crime. I mean, there's probably not a city in Palm Beach County that could say that. So we're a very, very safe city when it comes to looking at the numbers overall. The numbers that are there is just expected of what we are made of. So, there's nothing concerning at all when it comes to those
Awesome.
numbers.
Great news. Thanks.
The construction activity there. Who should really take more responsibility on that? I mean, would it be the development, the contractors? Is it late night robbery, burglaries of construction, or is it somehow during the day? You can't put a policeman out there 24 hours a day.
Well, I mean,
What I've been privy to is the fact that some of it is when they were having trouble getting refrigerators or white goods, they would get delivered to house A and house B was closing sooner. So the guys for house B would go grab them out of house A and put them in house B. And then it would be reported as stolen, but they weren't really stolen, they were reallocated.
Is that what some of these numbers show?
Some of them are that.
Some of them are employees of subcontractors that said, hey, there's a lot of extra brick here that I can make a brick patio of my house, so I'll come back after hours and load half of my truck and take it home and sell it on the side. There was a lot of those. But the developer and his team has been working with PBSO
to put additional resources towards that. They have the street team that's out there doing their job. But for as much construction as we have going on, these numbers are extremely low.
So even these numbers are saying are pretty good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Want to tell a little bit more?
Yeah, I've seen construction sites that are much smaller than an entire city have 32 events in a year, and I'm talking about Miami Dolphin Stadium, Hard Rock Stadium now. They have a construction site that may have more than 32 in a year, just on one site. So 32 is not alarming to me in my public safety perspective.
I had one of the deputies outside a house that was under constructions in the crossings, and I want to like poke my head over there to see what was going on. And it was as simple as one of the contractors had his scaffolding at the house with his name on it. That scaffolding got packed up and disappeared with a different crew that was in there. But he has a policy with his boss that, you know, he's on the line, and if something goes missing, there has to be a report. So police came just to take the report, but it was as simple as a piece of scaffolding got mixed up with a different crew from a different company.
And I can tell you for the most part, what happens during those situations is they never get back in touch with PBSO when they find it. If they did, it would be marked unfounded and it wouldn't count against our
Right.
rules. So it may be important to relay to the construction companies that if they eventually find that it's an internal mistake that was made, the report should be corrected with PBSO, and that number will be reflected and corrected within our number.
The last monthly report, strangely enough, one of the things that was stolen was every door handle from a house under construction. So I don't know, maybe somebody went in and needed all new door handles, or maybe it was just simply something as simple as a subcontractor
Got this.
moved it to another job, or who knows, whatever the case is. But that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with.
So I'm pleased to hear that despite there's numbers like these, we don't have a serious problem. In fact, we probably got a pretty good situation.
We have a very, very safe city, but we need to keep it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to plan for the future
Mhm.
and make sure it continues to be a safe city.
Well, what would you attribute the safety of the community to? I mean, certainly having 6 or 7 PBSO officers out there doesn't really cover all this.
Well, I mean, it's not just, I'd love to pat ourselves on the back and say it's all great leadership that makes our city so safe. It is, but we can't discount the fact that we have a marked deputy vehicle almost every 3 houses. You drive through any of our streets, maybe not so much in Crestwinds, but you just take a drive through any of our gated neighborhoods, every 3 cars is a marked, you know, law enforcement vehicle of one kind or another. Also, you know, every single house for the most part has a Ring camera or some kind of camera system. Whenever there is any kind of event, it gets dealt with very quickly and very swiftly. We have a great safe city, but again, we have to plan to keep it that way. We need to, lighting is a massive, massive concern. We need to make sure that we have great lighting. We have to make sure that we add to our police force as the city grows so that we remain a very, very safe city. And I think public safety is probably the most important priority a city should have.
Public safety definitely drives development into your city too. So developers consistently look at your public safety numbers when they're looking at whether or not they're going to come in and build out commercial establishments within your city or, you know, move different things into your city. So being that we are a safe city, the mayor is on point when he said that we're growing, and with growing, we're going to see our numbers slightly increase. So we got to be proactive about that and innovative about that, and making sure that we're using every possible way to make sure our public safety stays in line with this.
I mean, I think at our actual core as a city, public safety, like the safety of our residents and the safety of our businesses and even the safety of the people who come into our city to do business should be the number one priority. It's keeping our residents safe and keeping our kids safe.
There's one of your core values.
It may be a core value, it may also be a mission. Could be. Propel, or vision,
Part of it. What about?
think about that. We get to that. All right, anything else on this chart before I move on? I've got another SO statistic chart.
Let's see it,
Okay, to move on?
please.
So here we got, total vehicles, arrests and notice to appear. Traffic crashes. Look at that trend.
More people on the road. It's expected, unfortunately.
Traffic stops. First incident reports. This is really an internal thing with the SO about having actual traffic report.
What is that? Is that a warning?
No, this is further down.
And whether or not they have a written report for the incident.
Okay.
So when you respond to a 911 call or a call for service, as we call it, there are certain things that dictate we take a report, and there are certain things that dictate we don't. Sometimes the community member will ask us to take a report, even though it's not a criminal activity that occurred. So you'll see those numbers like 178 out of all the calls they responded on. They wrote 178 reports. Some are criminal, some may not be. They just information.
So you're saying it may be for insurance purposes and stuff or
Could be for
whatever?
insurance purposes. It could be that I hate to use this example, but we get it often. My baby daddy is not complying with his custodial orders, so we need to write a report to document it.
Got it.
So my attorney has access to it. Or it could be something that's not a crime. You know, can you call me a name that I didn't like and I want to document? So those are situations where the reports, the public safety aspect of it goes into the customer service side of it, and we document it just so you have a documentation of it, not because it's a criminal act.
It's nice to have a member of the law enforcement on your council. That's great help. Thank you for the insight. Next two categories, I think, members of the council and members of the community are very interested in. There's the traffic warning numbers. 2024 fell off a bit from 2023, as did traffic citations.
Paying attention to traffic requirements.
Well,
Maybe.
we don't know. Either they're all complying or SO is not issuing enough citations. We don't know, but that may be a conversation worth having.
We need new traffic, another traffic officer.
I think with our initiatives that we've pushed, I think 2025, you're going to see a different aspect. And then we also have a new committee.
We have new leadership.
Yeah.
We have new leadership within our area. So I think you're going to see a change with it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the 25 numbers.
And again, the last line, CAD incidents. This is anytime something is triggered where SO is paying attention. The computer-aided dispatch incidents, you can see those numbers. They've been fairly significant. So SO is, I think, deeply involved in the community.
All that comes in, is that what it is?
Could be self-initiated or a call for service. So it could be something that the officer, or I should say the deputy, puts themselves out on when it comes to taking any type of action, enforcement, interaction with the community, or it could be something where it came into 911 or non-emergency. All those combined.
But it doesn't fit into any of the other categories.
Well, it would encompass everything.
Yeah, it's like a cumulative number. This is,
21,000 is not what those all add up to.
No, so you might not have a report written, like I said earlier, so, to say that 178 of those calls initiated required a report, and then some of them were traffic crashes, and then some of them were citations, warnings, they all interview.
But I think what it demonstrates is whether or not the sheriff's office is actively involved in the community.
We have incredible partnership with PBSO. I think they are active.
Anything else on this chart? Okay, so that is the end of our environmental scan. And this is when I was anticipating we'd take our first break, but we've already done that. So if you don't mind, we'll move on,
Keep cruising.
unless you need another break. All right. When I originally appeared before you back in January, and your greatness allowed me to become a contract provider to you to do the strategic plan. One of the things I was asked to do as part of the strategic planning process is to allow the workshop to include information on the comprehensive plan and the update to the comprehensive plan. Now, we're not going to be doing comprehensive planning as part of the strategic planning workshop. You have a separate contractor to do that, but I want to live up to my commitment and spend some time talking about the comprehensive plan. So we're going to take a look at the City of Westlake comprehensive plan, which was written in 2018. And I apologize for the next 3 slides. One of the things I teach my students, actually I demand of my students in the classroom when I'm teaching, is that with your PowerPoint presentations, especially those that are working on their PhD, and I sit on a number of PhD committees with students, and you're doing a PhD presentation in front of your dissertation committee, you have to limit your each slide to no more than 18 words. That's one of my rules for my PhD students. And I apologize for what I've done here, but I think it's important. Let's talk about the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan has some administrative policy language in it that I think is important for us to just go through. So administrative policy 1.1.2, which is part of your 2018 comprehensive plan, says every 2 years, the city council shall require a review of the plan's data and analysis and adopted provisions. The review shall assess changed conditions, new legal requirements, the achievement and maintenance of adopted levels of service, standards, and progress toward achievement or implementation of the plan's goals, objectives, and policies. The council shall use the review to evaluate and consider whether any updates or revisions are required and pursue new or revised land development regulations or plan amendments as needed. So in 2018, you set this administrative policy, sent it up to the state, and the state approved it, and so it is your current policy. Yes, Commissioner.
So the number policy admin 1.1.2 is actually 1.1.1 in the comprehensive plan.
Another mistake on my part. Thank you for pointing that out. So let me correct that. Okay. See, what I did was I duplicated it. So this is 1.1.2. The first one should have said 1.1.1.
Correct.
So 1.1.2 says that the city should review the plan every 7 years to determine whether amendments are needed to reflect changes in state requirements and changing conditions. This shall include evaluations of the amount and types of actual development that has occurred during the previous 7 years, population projections for the adopted planning period, and the achievement of goals, objectives, and policies, including those establishing levels of service standards for all infrastructure. So again, that is your administrative policy.
Except for the 2-year and 7-year timeframes,
Hmm.
what's really different between the first and the second?
I don't think there's a whole lot of difference, except for the timeframes, like you say. But so in other words, you have to comply with your own policy every 2 and every 7 years, and it states what you have to take a look at. And so for the upcoming update, which we'll talk about in a few minutes,
Which is the second policy.
yes,
Year.
yes, you're going to look at all those things again.
And the first one says that we will review it. The second says that we will determine whether amendments are needed to reflect the changes. So every 2 years, it says review. Every 7 years, you're determining whether amendments are needed to reflect changes in the state
The
requirements.
second one is also statutory, so it's a little bit more formal of a process.
And the second policy is to take action.
Well, in the first policy, it says consider whether any updates or revisions are required. That would suggest that you're gonna do those, if there are any.
You're not required, I don't believe.
Need to be updated, but you don't have to update them.
That's my understanding,
Is that what you said?
unless Sean wants to clarify.
No, that's correct.
Yeah. So you got to stay on top of what's happening in the community.
So you make note of what needs to be changed, but you don't do anything about it until 7 years comes.
Well, you can do something about it, but you aren't compelled to do something about it.
Okay.
Dr.
So
Sugarman.
the council decision.
Yes, except every 7 years you're compelled.
Dr. Sugarman.
We have updated our road elements multiple times since we started in 2018. So there are certain sections we've updated because the road sections, like some of the roads, like Ilex wasn't even supposed to be built till 24. It was built 3 years ago. So we've updated the road sections because of the development going as fast as it was in the thing. But now we're at the next section. Just about everything's built out. We got the last 2 road sections that will be part of the next update.
Persimmon or 60th?
60th outside our boundaries, so it doesn't really count for us. We're not building that. But Persimmon is on there, plus potential roads going to the west through the section that'll be developed out there.
60th is outside our, is in the city, I thought.
It's in the city limits, but it's a county
County road.
road, correct?
It was outside of our limits.
Outside of our responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. All right, and so Administrative Policy 1.1.3 says, following the review and evaluation described in Administrative Policy 1.1.2, the city is required to prepare and adopt an evaluation and appraisal report. They like to call it an EAR, and notify the state land planning agency as to whether amendments are necessary to reflect changes in state requirements. Within 1 year of the review and evaluation of the plan, prepare, transmit, and adopt any identified amendments necessary to address changes in state requirements, as well as amendments determined necessary due to changed conditions and to ensure that all compliance requirements of the state are met. So, what is in the comprehensive plan? The plan is comprised of 10 elements, a map series, and a 5-year schedule of capital improvements. Chapter 1 is the administrative element. Chapter 2 is the future land use element. Chapter 3 deals with transportation. Chapter 4 deals with infrastructure. Chapter 5 deals with conservation. Chapter 6 is recreation and open space. Chapter 7 is the housing element. Chapter 8 is the capital improvements element. Chapter 9 is the intergovernmental coordination element. And Chapter 10, which just came into effect in 2022, it was a new requirement of the comprehensive plan from the state, is the private property rights element.
So that's one element that we don't have that we will have.
You will be required to have that. So your comprehensive plan that I can see has been amended twice in the past. I don't know if I missed anything. Ken, you might be able to help me with this, but ordinance 2020-03 updated the 10-year water supply facilities work plan. Ordinance 2022-01 added and adopted a private property rights element. So apparently you did, by ordinance, include that element in 2022.
Just one. Is that ordinance listed on the website?
All of our
It
ordinances.
should be.
All of them are.
Oh,
Zoning.
oh, no, there's a gap, isn't there? From 2017 to, right?
That's what it's on the website.
Well, they're part of, they're been codified, so they're on Muni Code.
It's all codified now.
Okay. We're in the online municipal code that we have. Are we ever going to get an actual published code in the notebook? It's too costly.
It's expensive, but we could order you one.
I'm kind of the same way, old school. I like to have the paper in my hand instead of having to look at it electronically. But most municipalities these days have gone to exclusively electronic.
The advantage of the electronic is you can, if you're online and you can search it a whole lot faster. It's very searchable, so you can go right, type in what you're looking for, it'll take you right to the chapter and verse versus having to try to remember which, is it in section 4, is it section 10, section 12?
Right. I'm old school.
Unless you're like me, you put a lot of stickies and highlights.
So we have more to talk about the comprehensive plan, but this is key. You have engaged Chen Moore and Associates to update the comprehensive plan. And I don't know if you've held any workshops yet. I know there was discussion about trying to hold them monthly, but what's key here is the due date, the finish date for submitting it to the state is February 27th, 2026.
Please, can I provide an update?
Go Nelson.
Please.
You want to go to a microphone by Zoe or you want to take this one?
Good morning, everyone. I am Nilsa Zacharias, and planning director for Chenmore and Associates. And I'm so proud I have been the planner for this beautiful city since 2016. And yes, as the slide shows, we have been a contractor to update the comprehensive plan, and part of the process is to hold workshops. We are working, obviously we are already working on it, and we will have workshops coming to, they will start like in July or August, that is already on a schedule. And when we do those workshops, there will be 3 or 4 elements at a time. So that's part of the plan.
I'll add to that in the fact that Nielsen and her team are already looking at working with Sid on the water control section updates, on the forecast of numbers, consumptions, et cetera, for water, sewer, drainage. They're also looking at the projection on growth and population growth. They're already crunching those numbers based upon our current data so that all that data is ready for you. When you come in to review it, they can say, hey, here's our data. Here's what it's shown in our growth. This is where we're going. This is what our plan needs to say, so that we're not trying to create data during the workshop. So they're doing all the background data analysis, data compilation at this point in time, ready and drafting for changes in certain areas, recommended changes of how wording should be changed to accomplish what that is going to mean.
Are you going to be meeting with individual members of the council like Dr. Sugarman did before this event? Or are we going to see what you're coming up with at these workshops for the first time?
Ideally, we will meet one-on-one with every council member before the workshop to show you, but we are working on the background, as Mr. Tasso just mentioned, putting together the numbers, doing the review. So when we meet with you, we will have like a preliminary draft or something to share with you. These are the projections, these are the things prior to going to a workshop.
Thank you.
Just want to interject real quick and ask a question. Do we have potential dates for these workshops?
We do, we do.
Get them on my calendar. I haven't been able to travel on. So it's needed.
Okay, we will provide you.
That's fine. I think she's already, you already have them, so, no, she's already,
I'm sorry,
you already have the dates?
for the workshops?
Yes.
No.
Okay, you know, so we do.
Yes, we'll provide you, we'll work together, and yes, we can provide you those dates next week or the other week, you know.
Scheduling is getting harder and harder.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you so much for mentioning that.
yes. It will be prior to a council meeting.
Oh, that's what you mentioned that.
The intent is to have it either prior to a council meeting rather than trying to, is coordinating this event area to have meetings. on
This
multiple
room's getting
times
harder to
apart.
get.
So by having it on the same day, having it earlier or later, we can make it happen.
Your sequencing for your workshops, are you going to start with element 1 and work your way through 10, or are you going to do it in a random order?
No, there's nothing random. So there is we are going to do the first workshop will be the admin, future land use, housing. You know, so housing is critical for all of us. We can see the progress. We can see how this city is growing in number of units. We are tracking down. We work very close with the building department. So we have all the ones that we have numbers for COs, or the ones that they still don't have COs. So we are going to get into the nuts and bolts of data.
Okay. We're not done with our discussion about the comprehensive plan. I've got more to share with you. So I want to talk specifically about land use and zoning. And the 2018 issue of the comprehensive plan included, at that time, an existing land use map. And then in 2018, the comprehensive plan included a future land use map. And I think they're interesting to look at. So if you notice on the sort of the bottom right there, this is the existing land use map dated, and I can't see it, March 12th, 2018. So what are we looking at? In 2018, the existing land use had 2 parcels for educational use, 1 area for commercial, just north of Persimmon. I'm sorry, 2 for commercial, 1 in the orange and 1 in the pink. And you had in the tan at the top, residential development in progress. And the rest was agricultural and vacant. And so that was the existing land use map for your comprehensive plan in 2018.
The town center area between the 2 town centers, that whole area is colored in, but I'm assuming it was mainly the Minto sales office that was being developed, or that was developed.
I don't know. Does anybody know?
This is all vacant. You know.
Yeah, it was the sales office area, but that's one of the first sections that they were put together first.
Right, but it was all one large.
Right, but they had to carve it out because the way the roads were going in, they carved out that section to get to the next.
Yeah.
And it's part of the first 500 acres of development that was approved, which took from Town Center Parkway south, east of Seminole Pratt over and included the hammocks, was that first 500 acres of development that was issued.
So that was the existing land use in 2018. Also in 2018, there was a future land use map. And in 2018, this is what the comprehensive plan said the community would look like in the year 2038. So 20 years later. So the town, I'm sorry, the TAN looks like back in 2018, it was believed to be the downtown mixed use area. Purple was civic. The brighter yellow around sort of the perimeter was going to be residential 1. The slightly deeper color, I don't know, yellow or what do we call that? Tan was residential 2. And remember, this is the belief in 2018 for the year 2038. And in the upper left-hand corner was the solar energy overlay. So your 2026 comprehensive plan will have a new existing land use map and will also have a future land use map. Question about the comprehensive planning process. Have we covered everything that needs to be covered? Are there any other outstanding issues?
Well, back to that last slide.
Mm-hmm.
It shows Persimmon going all the way to the east city boundary, which it does, I wonder what it'll show on the next future land use.
As of today, that road will be constructed within 200 feet of the actual boundary.
Why not construct it closer?
Because it's roughly 200 feet from the property line across the canal and stuff. They're not going to put it any closer to that. Because if it doesn't get constructed, then we'll do some other things there.
Okay.
But also, if you get too close to the property line, you create other issues.
Got it.
But the future land use will still show it going all the way, I presume.
Yes, it'll show it as that, yes.
We're not giving up on that.
We're not giving up.
But not giving up.
The developer's not giving up, Sid's not giving up, the city's not giving up on making that connection. Because it makes sense for, not necessarily for the residents within Westlake, but the surrounding area in order to be able to get to and from other places to shopping, et cetera, here, hospital services, medical services, et cetera.
Can you speak to the 60th Road development? Can you give us an update?
Last I heard, county still hasn't accepted the property from Minto along 60th. And there's still negotiations into when and who will build 60th. From Seminole Pratt to 140th. And then from 140th east to Royal Palm. It's on the county's, I believe it's on the county's 5-year road plan. But county's 5-year road plan doesn't really hold much water sometimes.
Well, they also reported they would do that second segment that you mentioned first.
I don't know where that's happening right now. It's up in the air.
Which pushes the segment by us further out.
Well, segment across our north could be built very quickly. It's the segment going east that's going to be the problem.
Right. Well, what can the city do to push it?
I think when Northlake's closed for 8 days, there's going to be a huge outcry. Because the only way out is Okeechobee or take back road into Orange or Summit.
No, I sorry.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, what can we do as a council to push the county to move faster?
Show up the county, Board of County Commissioners meeting.
I saw Commissioner Baxter yesterday, and it was not a planned meeting. It was completely random. But the last thing she said to me was, we have a road to build. So take that for what you want, but it's at the front and the foresight of,
From the manager's perspective, I would say anytime you meet with any other county commissioner, bring up the fact that roads in the western communities are critical. And then I would also use the highlight of the CSX rebuilding of on North Lake as part of the impetus of why the roads are so critical for interconnectivity out here. Because you've got 100,000 people in the acreage and other areas that can't get from point A to point B in an emergency situation. So that interconnectivity of roads becomes very critical for the life safety of all the residents, not just of Westlake, but of the acreage of others out west of here.
What if the council were to adopt a well-prepared resolution that covers what you just mentioned, encouraging or pushing the county so that, number one, we're all on the same page, we're letting our community, letting Westlake know we're all pushing, and then have that on as a matter of record. And then when we meet with individual members of the county,
We can prepare that and have it on for the August meeting.
we do that?
Sure.
And make a note of that.
Make a note of that because that's going to fall into what we're doing later for priorities and goals. So let's not lose that. I'm sure we won't, but
put on the bike rack.
sure.
Roads, perfect.
I hope I spelled this right. Interconnect,
Connecting roads.
Connectiveness of,
Connect.
whoops, of roads. Okay?
Connectiveness.
That way we don't lose it.
Indictor.
Yep, and then Victor. All right. So I'm done with the comprehensive planning process unless there's any other questions or issues. Hopefully I've covered it enough to turn it over to Chen Moore now and let them run with it. All right, we're going to head in a different direction now. We're going to do a summary of the engagement themes. And this is a summary of engagement themes. We'll start with the elected officials from my one-on-one meetings. However, it's just a summary. All of the collected comments that I received from the elected officials can be found in Appendix A. It's 5 pages of comments. I didn't think you would want 5 pages of comments on the PowerPoint presentation. I tried to pick up on themes that I heard from most everyone. Do y'all see your Appendix A in the back? Okay, all right. So let's take a look at the summary of the engagement themes from the elected officials. And we'll start with the strengths that were mentioned. Westlake is an affordable, fast-growing, family-oriented community. Everything that has been built new and built to Category 5 standards, which for those who don't understand Cat 5, that is a hurricane standard. It's built to withstand or hold up to a hurricane up to Category 5.
150 mile per hour winds.
171.
171.
Another strength of Westlake is a master plan community with tremendous infrastructure. There's great diversity in the character of our residents. And we have lean city operations without the typical overhead costs. We have evergreen service contracts. Here's what I heard about opportunities from the elected officials. Again, in summary, we should continue smart growth efforts. That's an opportunity. And I heard a number of times, no more fast food restaurants. A need to collaborate with Minto to develop a plan for the town center, our downtown. Need to create a city meeting place, city hall, recreation center, etc. Need to improve information sharing with the community. One of the suggestions was to have a city app. Focus on building out a quality road network to ease traffic problems. And I think we're starting to get to that. Somebody's phone?
Yeah, maybe it's Odette's, maybe.
Okay. With community support, build a city park. Secure grant funding to support future growth.
What's that mean, future, to support future growth?
I believe the city's growing and grant funds would help with whatever we'll be faced with in the future.
Okay, so secure grant funding
Yeah,
wherever possible.
yep.
I mean, it's not just for future growth, it's for what's here now.
I wouldn't argue with that. And another opportunity was to review the city charter, the city zoning ordinances, and the city-CID relationship. So that's just a summary of the opportunities. Again, in Appendix A, you can find the details. Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's right.
Back to the previous slide. Under lean city operations without typical overhead costs, and share your thoughts on evergreen service contracts.
Let's see, I'm not on the right slide, am
On
I?
page 22. The previous slide. Sorry, there,
Yeah, strength,
the last one.
yes. So,
Evergreen service contracts mean we don't go out to bid and get competitive bids. It's with one contractor continuously green, meaning it's renewed without going out to bid.
well, there's both sides of an evergreen service contract. It also means you can end that contract at any time.
Understood.
So it continues unless you want to end it.
Right, but then when you end it, is there a particular time frame that the ending terminates? It's not immediate.
I'm not sure how your service contracts are written. Sometimes there's a 30-day notice. Sometimes it can be with cause and no notice. I don't know. I don't know, Sean, if you can address that.
It's 30 days.
Ours vary. Some are 60, some are 120, with or without notice.
I think though, Gary, with the lean city operations, the thought there too is there's no employees, there's no 401k, there's no retirement funds that come
We
with
subcontract everything.
even your own employees employed by your city. So that's going to increase your expenses. And so you're going to need a lot more revenue, or your village is going to go, it's going to impact everything. So I think that thought was, by us not having that right now, it's good for our city.
No, I wasn't questioning the contract city aspect. I was questioning the evergreen.
I think that's just an example of the lean city operations.
Well, but are all of our consulting agreements evergreen?
Yes.
And for what reason? As opposed to going out for competitive bids after a certain time frame?
If,
We can go out for a competitive bid on any contract anytime we want.
Evergreen doesn't prohibit you from going out for
correct.
it's just a matter.
For example, if I'm monitoring what my charges are for the engineers, and I'm seeing that they're getting out of line or they're asking for more than what I see is in the market, I have the ability to go out for competition. If they're within the market and they're providing good service, then there's no need to go out. So it gives that flexibility to the city and the administration as to making sure what we're getting is the best bang for the dollar. Also, the vendor knows that if they don't correct things and get things squared away, we'll go out in a heartbeat. So they're going to be more responsive rather than saying, gee, I've got a 5-year contract, I'm 2 years
Exactly.
into it. So you want to can me now? We're going to negotiate the next 3 years of buyout, which actually costs the city more money while they're doing it. So the whole concept of evergreen and 60 or 90 or 120-day terminations, the timeframe of the termination notices allows the city to say, hey, I'm going to terminate contract A. I've got 90 days to get an RFP together and get it on the street, get back and get your replacement in place prior to you walking out the door. So there's a continuity of services at the same time as vendor making sure that they're trying to do their best job because they know they could be out the door at any point in time.
So why are we going out on a trash contract RFP?
We're going out on a trash contract RFP because that was a fixed year contract that we inherited from Solid Waste Authority. As we were forming the city, we ended up having to be part of their original solid waste contract, which we took up, which was a 7-year contract with 2 options. Those are all up now. So now it's time to go out. Prior to this point in time, we did not have enough residents or units for a serious solid waste contractor to make a bid.
Okay.
So now we have enough units that makes it so that we are a piece of a competitive market for them, for all the various haulers to say, look, I want a chunk of that because I can service it and I can make money on it because there's enough units there for me to amortize my costs.
Okay.
That's why we're going at this point in time.
Since you brought up trash, and I'm glad you did, I believe the date was today. Was that supposed to go out? Did it?
We'll go out this coming week. It's in the attorney's office right now.
So that being said, a contract of that magnitude and that size, probably our biggest contract for services, maybe one of the biggest. I'm undeniably happy that we're going out for bid. We're going to an open market and we're possibly going to get better service or even less expensive service for our residents. I think we need a policy in place that allows this body to take a look at that RFP before it goes out. How do we know that it has everything that we want in it or not in it?
I agree with that. I was expecting that we would have seen this.
And it doesn't have to be on every single contract, but something of that magnitude, I think we should have some input. I mean, I know I shared my personal and probably on, not even personally, I think even in the, at council meetings, I want to see it have a franchise opportunity in there. And you said you would do that. And I don't know if it does. I don't know if it doesn't. But the point is, I don't know because I haven't seen it. So I think contracts of that level, the council should be able to give you our input.
I agree with you on that, but I also feel that the RFP going out for a city space should also be shared with council.
Okay.
Is this a bike rack issue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Contracts of certain sizes. And RFPs are very robust, especially for something with waste management. I certainly appreciate and respect your expertise in this because you've been doing this a very long time. But I think we should get to take a look at it.
Mhm.
It's a big deal.
Being of there's a certain time constraint to this, right? Because of the budget, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager.
Well, what we're going to be doing is holding the solid waste assessment flat,
Okay,
and it will cover whatever we're at now. or if there comes in with a less, we should be in good shape. And we do have some reserves if it goes the opposite direction.
Because I was just gonna maybe suggest for something like this round, maybe at least email it to us individually to be able to review.
Yeah,
and
of
have
course. I mean,
I'll get it out to you.
my only,
Just for timing, I'm just saying.
my only concern is,
I get it.
so Ken has this theory that's very, very sound, that the free market in terms of trash collection is the best way to do things, because in terms of commercial, everybody competes, and that's, in his opinion, that's the best way. I've been hearing from different places and looking at it in different ways, and mostly through my work at the Palm Beach County League of Cities, where I get to talk firsthand with other municipalities, that there are different ways of doing it. We could franchise all of the commercial to allow one company to do all the commercial, and that would lower, in some instances, would really lower drastically the cost of trash collections on our residents. It's just, I want to see it. I want to see it both ways.
Because
I was in,
does offset the burden onto the commercial of your city.
Possibly.
versus on
I was
the
at Starbucks yesterday, right? And I had to wait 30 minutes because there was a coastal trash truck and there was a waste management trash truck right behind it. In the same little thing, you've got two different companies, and this poor girl couldn't get her car out for 30 minutes because there's two sets of competing trash companies trying to get to the same little thing. If there was one company for all the commercial, that wouldn't have happened. I mean, it's just different little things to look at things. But the RFP that's going out should have some of those options so that when we're sitting on the dais and these trash companies come in front of us to pitch their companies, they're looking at different ways of how it could be done.
Right.
But if it's not including the RFP, they're only going to come back one way,
Exactly.
which is why I want to see it.
Right. Are you saying Starbucks has two trash companies? Sir?
So, yes, not Starbucks themselves,
Oh, but
in
one of the
their-
other stores.
in their thing that the gates with the little, one might be recycling as coastal and the other one is waste management. But either way, that's a lot of,
Yeah.
a lot of spoons in the dish that don't need to be there potentially. But if there's a way to lower the cost of the trash services for our residents and let the commercial aspect of things kind of pick up that burden, I may be all for it, but I need to see it pitched. And I don't know what your RFP says, so I don't know what they're coming back.
Bring it out to you.
Thank you. All right, he brought up trash, so. But it's just like a general policy, I think certain level of RFPs, we should take a look at before they go up.
Any other discussion on the opportunities?
The city app is me. I've been 5 years, I think, since my first day as a councilman. We bill ourselves as the innovative city of Westlake. We should be using technology to communicate with our residents. I think if the city had an app, right? Like every other business on the planet has, for our residents to not only get all very pertinent information, easy ways for them to pay bills and so on and so forth. Also, a FPL poll is out with the app. You can immediately
FPL's already got it on their thing.
take a picture. Okay, a pothole. There's a pothole in the road. A resident could take a picture of the pothole, geotags the exact location. It gets sent and reported back to staff. They know exactly where it needs to go fix it. We should be using technology to better serve our residents. I think it's, and, message from the council. We could get very important messages out quickly if we needed to, for whatever reason. Road closure, North Lake Boulevard, 8 days, prepare for that. Having technology to communicate with our residents would be very, very valuable. And I think as the innovative city of Westlake, it's about time we set that in motion.
And I'm gonna piggyback off of that, and
Please.
not only the app, but the website. I think it's time to redo our website from the top down. So I think that could be combined as one.
I don't disagree. I'd like to know costs on both of those.
Yeah.
But I really, really think we need to step into 2025 and have an app
Need another pipe.
for the city.
Yeah.
Two of them.
Communication is one of the things we don't do the greatest with our residents. And I think an app, especially you saw the median age is 30-something years old. I mean, that is the generation that does everything via app.
Well, speaking of communication, what I've asked the city manager to look into, and says he's looking into the logistics. Putting up a electronic bulletin board somewhere or wheres within Westlake to alert residents of council meetings or other issues of note. And I understand we don't own any property, but possibly we can, if there's a consensus on the part of the council to have something like that, then we might be able to pursue it as development comes in at strategic locations throughout Westlake.
Mr. Manager, does any of our contracts afford us the opportunity for a public information officer that could kind of?
The clerk kind of takes that role as a PIO.
I think she's well overburdened with what she does.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And I think as we grow, we need to start looking at maybe something, because our image is something that we're gonna be talking about in the near future on.
We're at the point of needing a PIO
Yeah.
situation, the cost of that.
So a City of Westlake app, that could be one of the the beauty of apps, are push notifications, that could be one of the push notifications is city council meeting tonight. You know, boom, everybody gets it, it gets pushed through, it's a reminder for a city council meeting.
The PIO could run the app,
Could run the app. Right. Absolutely.
could run the message board, could run our TikTok, could run, because if you look at our ages, could run our social media platforms, could run all that to get our image and our communications out.
I've seen another bike rack.
PR firm, PIO. Okay.
I don't know, I think the sign as well, I don't know where that fits, but I do think having that message signs maybe at our entrances, kind
That's what I'm
of
thinking.
Royal Palm does.
Or in front of our
Just kind of-
future city hall.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, you know, on town center somewhere, almost everyone uses town center.
Yeah. I'm not-
Anything else under the opportunities to discuss? If not, we'll look to what I've heard about challenges. So we got to deal with the state of the economy, and at the time that I did the interviews, topic of tariffs was high on the list.
Really?
We still seem to be right on the edge of the issue of tariffs. That may be a challenge. Keeping up with the influx of people moving to Westlake is a challenge.
How do we keep up with the influx?
Well, that's gonna be a challenge. I would see it as a challenge, keeping up with the
Okay.
influx.
I mean,
You're gonna have to deal with it.
yeah, being measured and responsible and being forward thinking, like adding deputies where we need to and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Finding the best way to communicate with our citizens.
Good. We need that.
Yeah.
Somebody say app, because somebody bring that up maybe?
The city does not own the remaining undeveloped land.
True.
I heard that a lot.
Big challenge.
The elected officials must find a way to be as collaborative as possible with our residents and businesses. Again, I think that goes back to communication. But I heard that differently from just best way to communicate. I heard the words collaborative as possible, which means inclusiveness, openness, interchange of ideas with the residents and the businesses. So I heard that as a challenge. And then again, I heard quite often funding for the projects that the city wants to undertake. And this is just a summary. All the comments can be found in Appendix A. Any thoughts on what you heard from our 5 elected officials?
Nothing is shocking me there.
These are all good ideals to pursue.
Gives us something to work on this afternoon and tomorrow, huh?
After you feed us, right?
I'm sorry.
After you feed us, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Want to make sure that's on your horizon.
Well, I'll tell you what, do you want to have another break now and we'll go to lunch? Because the next slide is about the summary of engagement themes that came from the community. Maybe quite a bit to talk about there.
I could use
Lunch
another
here?
Coke.
Is that-
I'm gonna wait and do
Real
that.
quick, just, we'll go to a break in a second. I'm just curious, because I didn't understand it. How does, from from the running the government point of view, how would tariffs affect running city operations?
Anybody who brought that up want to talk about it? It's something that I.
I'm asking, I don't know. I wanna know.
I'm curious, you know.
I don't see how it, I mean, I get it from the builder's perspective, but how could it be a huge challenge?
Well, I don't know who brought it up, but it's a challenge because if you got businesses coming in, whether it's a Lowe's or an ABC Liquors or whatever, you got some building coming in or some business that wants to locate, they look at it and say, you know what, the tariffs are impacting my bottom line, so therefore I can no longer afford to build a store and to be profitable in that location based upon the demographics.
Looking at the macro, tariffs could potentially affect our economic development.
Correct.
Okay. Noted. All right, cool.
Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, it
I
could.
mean, that's the way I see it, because
From
again,
like a eagle's eye view, it could affect potentially the future of our city. I get it.
Appliances
But from a
are getting them from.
running the city, this council point of view, it's not really a,
but it is because again, if the businesses don't show up, your tax base doesn't show up when you think it's gonna show up,
Where people don't start.
Your expenses may go up.
Go down.
it may,
but
it
you
may
can't
impact the
possibly be
business. Say,
suggesting that we somehow, I don't know,
you don't have much control.
change, yeah, you can't change any of our operations based on.
But I think it's important to be aware of that as a challenge. That's all.
Okay.
I think that's what the comment was. It's a challenge.
Could be,
It could be a challenge, right?
could possibly be at some point, maybe.
Break for lunch before we get into community engagement things?
Yeah, why not?
Is lunch here?
What is lunch?
Yes.
Is lunch?
Right, so.
Lunch for the elected officials and staff is in the back room. We are not offering to feed the public.
Okay, sorry, guys.
So,
How long do we have?
how long would you like?
How long do these, you normally take for? lunch?
Well,
Go out and get something.
Right.
At least an hour.
so at least an hour?
Break for an hour?
That's fine. So it's 7 minutes to 12. Well, let's reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. We do have 3 hours or so of work to do, which we're going to do on the flip charts. So if we reconvene at 1, I'll do my best to get you out of here between 4 and 5 today.
Good.
All right. See you at 1 o'clock.
1 PM.
You need to say into the microphone, the meeting's recessed? I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Let's go ahead and I'm calling a recess at 11:52. We will reconvene at 1 PM. Ordered and adjudged. Recess.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people. Yeah.
I want to warm up for a minute.
I know that example.
Taking that to main tennis. Bringing up like Eric's. Yeah, but that makes it. I mean, it could give Pat yes.
Oh, it is. These were bars, we are all that ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah. So fun. So, yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm just my thoughts. Cool. So they have great stuff.
We're recording.
All right, I am going to call back into order the strategic planning session at exactly 12:58 PM. Welcome, everyone. Looks like we lost most of our public members and hopefully some straggle back in here, but let's get back to work.
Okay, so, oh, Zoe, I have a feeling, I don't have the, animation. But let me go on from here. So we finished the summary of engagement themes from the, elected officials. And now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the summary of engagement themes that came from the community. Just as a reminder, I met with the community on May 24th. It was a Saturday. We had about 50 people in attendance. Frankly, I was pleased with that amount of attendance, especially since it was a holiday weekend. The 50 people were not there the entire time. So we saw about 50 faces over the course of 4 hours. We met from 9 till 1. So as soon as we get the screen caught up, I'll go over what we heard from the community. I'll also remind you, just like with my one-on-ones with each of you, everyone that attended the community engagement meeting was allowed to come to the microphone and to not have to tell me their name or their address. They were able to speak to me anonymously. And the report that I'm going to give you now, thank you, Zoe, is without attribution. Although some of these might be obvious when we get to them. So, of the 50 people, we heard 17 times that there's strong feelings to have a town center feature facilities put into place. Should come as no surprise. They wanted to establish a permanent city hall location. Heard that 4 times. Working on developing a better relationship with Minto to attempt to accomplish what it is that citizens want for the future of Westlake. 4 times. The road network needs attention. A lot of the discussion was about speeding and also about the eastbound connector. And I think we've kind of captured that for the bike rack. They want to bring public transit to Westlake.
Working on it.
Want to develop and publish a citywide evacuation plan to ensure community safety. And heard quite a bit about that. People were concerned that in some cases there's only one way out. And if that one way out is blocked, we got a problem. Would like to have our own zip code and a local post office. Would like to develop better methods, possibly monthly, with city communications with the community. Email blasts. Now, nobody said a city app, but we heard that they want better communications coming out of the city. And we heard about establishing a planning board. And these are the ones that were multiple comments. Appendix B has got all the comments. I think there's 3 or 4 pages in Appendix B, and you can see I did capture virtually all the comments that were made. Any thoughts on what I heard from the residents in attendance? Now remember, these are the residents who were in attendance. It was only 50 of the 3,300.
Dale, do you mind if I move this back a little?
Sure, no problem. I'm sorry. I moved it up because we're going to get to work using the boards here in a few minutes.
No comment about a hospital or medical facility.
Yeah, there were comments about hospital and medical facility. Didn't hear it more than twice, I think, but you'll see it. It's in Appendix B. That was mentioned.
How about types of commercial? Any comment about that?
The only thing that I heard about commercial is we're done with the fast food restaurants.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
I see no Walmart in there. If you've done it.
Oh, well, I heard both sides. I heard no Walmart, and I heard, yeah, we would love a Walmart, a Target, and an Aldi's.
Yeah.
So I heard it from both sides. Okay.
Almost there.
City promoted as an innovative city, therefore we need a heliport.
That sounds like somebody I know. Sounds like.
No, that was not the mayor. No, he was not there. Remember, you weren't allowed to attend the community engagement meeting.
Was that videotaped? God,
Your plan did well, so.
wow.
Anyone, I'm not going to give away any names, but I know who suggested the heliport.
The heliport or a vertiport?
Heliport.
No, heliport.
Okay, I'm not, because it's anonymous, so I'm not going to tell you.
I got it. Are we gonna talk about these things right now?
Yes, I want to get input.
So what I would like to touch on what on, the things on this list that us as a council can actually do. And let's go one by one. I mean, we can establish a planning board. We can certainly develop better methods of communicating. Do we have any ability to make our own zip code? That's not something we can do.
We can get look at the postal service to do that.
Okay,
Yeah, I believe that was the issue. They want the city council to take a leadership role in attempting to get your own zip code.
okay.
In other words, you can't establish a zip code or even your own post office, but you can take a leadership role in trying to accomplish that goal.
We can certainly create actually, do we already have a evacuation plan, Ken? Don't we have emergency management?
We don't have one for inside the city limits. We dovetail on the counties as far as what the evacuation routes are.
So I mean,
Internally, we do not have one established.
heaven forbid there was some kind of mass event. I'd rather be prepared. We should create some kind of an emergency protocol, not wait till something bad happens to need it. We should certainly do that. I think that's an amazing idea. Public
Before you leave that, Mayor, can I just comment on that real quickly?
Sure.
So Palm Beach County has a very robust emergency management program. In fact, I worked for Palm Beach County Emergency Management for about a year and a half. I would suggest that the city contact Palm Beach County Emergency Management and say, hey, help us to develop a local emergency evacuation plan. They would love to do that. They love working with the municipalities.
Yeah. Yeah, that is certainly something we should do. Public transportation is being worked on, obviously the road network.
Why don't you start from the top and go down each one?
I think we're going up.
Well,
Going up from the bottom.
Going up, and there's only 3 left.
You say what you'd like to see. Council needs to talk about it.
So next one is working on developing a better relationship with Minto to attempt to accomplish what is it that the citizens want for the future of Westlake. Let's talk about it.
There's no collaboration between the council and Minto. There's none at this point.
And let me take that a step further. I think what I heard at the community engagement meeting is that the citizens want to see collaboration between the city and Minto. And that will dovetail into your communications. All right, so they don't want to necessarily direct what you should tell Minto what to do. They want to see the city take a leadership role with Minto and
There
then,
certainly is collaboration
Yeah.
between the city and Minto. The fact that we're sitting in this building right now, having this meeting, and it's a HOA building, means that there's collaboration between the city and Minto.
But with
Say that
that
there's
bullet
none.
point more geared towards, because I can see the first bullet point and that bullet point kind of mingling together.
Mhm.
Was that bullet point more towards the development of town center and
I think what I heard was the citizens want to make sure that whatever goes on in the city of Westlake, their needs, desires, wishes, and wants, or what the city and Minto do together is collaborative, and that the citizens are part of the process, and that at least the city council is listening to what it is the citizens want from the city and from
Yeah,
Minto.
so I don't want to read into it too much, but what I can see from what I heard from people is this might be geared more towards like the big Walmart pushbackers. We don't want a Walmart, or the big McDonald's pushbackers. We don't want another fast food joint. How come Minto is selling to them? How come they're doing that?
No, I think you're exactly right. That is exactly what this is about. But I think it's also important that we at least, I mean, we know what our limitations are as a
Right,
council,
but we don't express, they don't.
but it's not really understood on a greater scale that Minto being a private landowner and a private business with a fiduciary responsibility to their owners can sell their land to who they want to sell it to. And we're small government. Even if we were big government, we wouldn't have the ability to dictate who they sold their land to.
And I don't think the point was to dictate, because I think what people understood is that Minto can do with their land whatever is legally available to them under the city code and the land use map and issues of density. I think people that were in attendance get that. I think what they were looking for is to make sure that their wishes and desires for what the development should be are heard by the city council. And then in your discussions with Minto, that you try to help guide Minto to meet the citizens' desires for how they'd like to see the city built out.
I scream and yell at Minto on like a weekly basis of what my residents need and want.
That's not collaboration of the council, though. That's you individually talking with Minto. And I think they have a good feeling about that relationship. What I don't think they have a good feeling about is that the city, and many cities do this, they do market analysis, they do economic analysis, they identify what kind of niche out of the commercial or industrial base the community can support. And if they're in a economic development mode, that city can go out and market. But you can't market property that you don't own. The only way you can do that is if you have collaboration with the property owner, which we don't have as a council. You can talk to him, but it's to them, it's a one-way conversation with her. But if the city council were to do some market analysis, an economic niche analysis, to identify what our community, what our density is able to support, and look at what's out there in the surrounding area, so we don't step on other toes or create competing objectives, we can come up with our own set of market niches that we can pursue. But again, can't do that without having a cooperative property owner. And we can, and if there were cooperation, there could be joint marketing. For example, for the downtown center, there's the International Shopping Center Corporation, or whatever, ICSD. Every year and throughout the year, they have conferences with commercial developers coming to them. You've probably been there, shopping for locations to build commercial centers.
So, I mean, something that we do have the ability to do as a city is to start, and I've been semi-opposed to this, but it might be the time, is something that is within our control, is we could create some form of economic incentive to try and attract certain types of business. We can't control who the landowner sells their land to, but we can possibly create some incentives for certain types of businesses or commercial development that we would like to see happen in the city. It's within our purview as a city to, we control tax rates, we can control, building impact fees and so on and so forth. So if we wanted to create a certain type of corridor for the city of Westlake, and we want to do some tax incentives, we could potentially put that out, but we have control over that. We want a hospital, let's just, for example, right? That land's already sold, but I'm just using an example. We could say a hospital development in the city of Westlake can have reduced taxes. And that might attract that type of business. And he's still selling the land for what he's selling it to, but at least that's what a city, like, that's what we have control over.
But you don't have cooperation from the property owner because you're out there as a city marketing what you have for incentives. But until the property owner is willing to work with you, work with the council to be reasonable in terms of market purchase price, or what the developer, what the property owner wants, you're not going to get anywhere.
We should.
Can I just intercede here? So going back to that statement, working on developing a better relationship with Minto. I think we're in the weeds on those other things you all are talking about, but I think the point here is, how do we get a meeting with him on a monthly, quarterly basis to talk about the city, what the plan is? Because if I'm not mistaken, there was an initial plan for the city of Westlake that was created before we all got here. Now we need to talk to the landowners as the council. What are your plans? Who do you have coming? And I think you've asked this question several times. So to me, that's building the relationship. In terms of going out and marketing and getting market assess, that may come in our discussion with him, but I think we have to start with the relationship.
Agreed.
Because Minto is here, we're the council, we haven't established a time frame to really talk about the growth or Minto's plans for the city now. So I think we need to go back to the relationship part before we get into going out and doing market shares and, maybe just having that initial conversation with Minto and kind of starting it there. I don't know. To me, that's where we start the relationship.
To the point I was gonna bring up, we should either have a joint meeting or a workshop with Minto and us.
Yeah, that's always the workshop. Yeah, I mean, the relationship. Yeah.
Meeting, okay, we'll see you again,
Because we can sit here and talk about going out to the public and doing all these things, but before we establish that relationship, we really can't do anything. We have to start there. And I think that's what they're asking us to do.
The council, I believe, has asked, we talked about this in one of our meetings, and they refused to show up.
Well,
I think we need to maximize
I think if
the
it's,
relationship between
Yeah.
Minto and ourselves, where it's not such an adversarial relationship, where we
Right.
can work together to create a better Westlake.
we can
Yes.
create a nice agenda and have a nice.
Yes.
And give us an update on what you're doing.
Yep,
What our citizens are looking for.
yep.
To our meeting, our meeting.
And
I
I think we
think
need
a
to
good
change the
start.
temperature, you know?
Yeah, but I think a good start to that meeting too, as a workshop and inviting them to the table and giving them a spot would be the development of this plan. And presenting the strategic plan to them and saying, this is where we see ourselves going and the community sees us going. We just wanted to share this with you. Do you guys have any, possible insight on where you're going? And what you guys are planning on doing? But this might be the catalyst that we need.
To get that
meeting started in the
Yes.
right direction.
Yes.
And I can't speak for them, but I think they would be willing to come be a table if it was not an adversarial, not big government trying to dictate, this is what's gonna happen. If it was a friendlier relationship,
I agree.
I think
I
we
mean,
come to the table. If we try to dictate terms, they're gonna tell us to kick
Yeah,
rocks. Like they have
exactly.
been. They're just not gonna show up. And they're not under any obligation. We can't compel them to. So it's really, I think it should be
I think.
opening the door
Mhm.
to create a collaborative.
And I like your approach to that. I think you're right. This might be us opening that door. Here's what we've come up with. Let's present it to you and let's see how we can.
A few weeks ago, I had a great meeting with Carter. He invited me over, we sat
Yeah.
down, we talked about the history. I mean,
He's very open.
very, very open and pleasant.
He is.
So I don't think.
We bump
he would
heads a
turn that down.
lot, but overall,
We all want what's best for the
they all want what's
Yeah.
best for the city.
It's my belief that Minto would be very encouraged with what you just discussed.
Absolutely.
Getting together and maybe the strategic plan can be the starting point. But I believe they would be encouraged.
Is this a bike rack issue?
No, I think we have it up here.
As
So
we-
it'll be one of our focus
I-
points for.
It's gonna be one of your goals and objectives, and we'll put a time frame on it. Now, I also understand that you have a 6-month meeting, a meeting twice a year with Minto. Oh, I'm sorry, it's with Sid. Another one of my mistakes. Sorry.
One thing that I would point out that they will have to be very close to the vest because they have a lot of NDAs, et cetera, as they're out in the marketplace trying to market the land and who's there. So they will not be able to share a lot of things that we as a council, we as a city would probably like to know what's out there. Because if it gets out there, 4 other things could fall apart. So they will be very close to the vest on a lot of things. But I think from my 10 years of dealing with John and them, I think they would be interested in probably sitting down and discussing what comes out of this vision, strategic plan of what do we have to work with and how we can partner. I think that could be a useful option.
And it's not just commercial and retail, it's employment centers. We don't, as we talked earlier, we don't have any development on any of the R&D or business development property, but we should be pursuing businesses that come here that establish employment centers so that our residents aren't driving 57 minutes a day to go and return from wherever they work. So that we have employment opportunities here. Could be aerospace, it could be AI. Oh, there's a lot of things going on in the world around us that our properties, Minto's properties here in Westlake can serve very well as being developed.
I'm sure he would probably love to bring those companies here, but I think that takes time. And I think he's working on all of that, but we won't know that because again, as he just said, he's working through these negotiations. There's NDAs. He can't tell us about them. So I think we're again trying to dictate who comes to the city instead of sharing our vision for what we want for the city and then let him do his work of bringing what matches our vision for the city. Because then we can charge him, this is what we see for our city. Your job now is to go out and find that industry, that that business to match what we see as the vision for our city.
Right, I haven't heard anyone saying anything about dictating.
Well,
All I heard was collaborating.
okay, we'll collaborate.
I think there's a bigger question that we really haven't answered here as collectively as a group is Westlake a destination or is it a bedroom community? What are we? And could
What do
we
we
be a
want it?
destination location?
Mhm.
Or will we be better served as focusing as a bedroom community with the employment centers other
Mhm.
places? That's something I think we have to address
I
as
think
well as
so.
we're going through this
Part of the
vision.
vision of the city.
Looking at,
Yes.
because what are we? Because if you do the demographics, you do the surrounding, John did it when they first started. There's a ton of information out there that I think we probably need to try to absorb and get a hold of as to what we really can be. Because we may think we're A, when there's absolutely no way we're gonna be A, we're gonna be B and C,
Mhm.
or a combination of B and C. And we're thinking A.
Yeah, but that's all well and good, but the way the zoning and development codes are written, anything can go.
Correct, and we designed it to be flexible to what was.
Exactly.
Could go in the market, which it could be, but we may now be looking at the fact that with the paradigm shift of 2020, with the business conditions that are out there, what we thought we were or could be is no longer a viable path for us. That there may be a different path that we should be looking at now, saying, you know what? This was our road and our vision, now we have to adjust ourselves 3 degrees to the left in order to succeed and survive. That's what I'm saying. I don't think we've looked at what we really are,
Right.
or what we can be around us.
How do we do that?
My gut says that probably need to try to get some of the information that John has, what they have on some of what you've targeted, market analysis, economic analysis. I know they've probably done some, and there's probably other places where we can get some more information from it. But I think that that's what we need to look at is the bigger picture from not only us, but what's around us to say whether we are a destination center or a bedroom
Well,
community.
a lot of that work that he's done is proprietary information, which is likely not going to be shared. And the only other way to find out is to do our own niche analysis.
If there's something that can be shared, I will see if I can get it from them. And if they can't, then we'll go ahead and have to do our own, bring somebody in to have it done.
But I think what Councilwoman Leonard said is really developing the vision relationship.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
High on the list.
Yeah.
We've gone all the way
Reactions
to
that we
that.
take.
Right. They said it. I didn't say it. They said, develop a better relationship.
Right.
We've gone all the way around
Back to that.
back to that.
Yeah.
But as far as the developer is concerned, the developer is looking for the highest and best. So another word, I think, from this county have a development department that go out there and work with company to bring in. Based on all the things that we have, we don't have infrastructure, east and west. That's the biggest challenge we have.
Thank you for your input. Appreciate it. Anything else we need to talk about on this,
Well, I mean, just moving up, establishing a permanent city hall location. I guess there's 2 things left on the list that we haven't gotten line itemed. That was
How
the,
realistic is that? How realistic is that in the next year, 2 years? I don't know.
I think 5 years it could be realistic.
That's what I'm
But
thinking, like,
I'm saying, later on in the plan, and I mean, it should be incorporated into our strategic plan, but it should be something that comes,
okay.
it's gonna take a few years to
Yeah, that's
build.
what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to make sure that we all understood that that's
Not gonna
not
be
something
multiple.
that's happened next year.
5 to 10 years.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, 5 to 10 years out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
as a permanent city hall.
Yeah,
I mean, I know what we're doing Westlake visioning for the next year to 5 years. This is the whole purpose of this. But because of the fact that we are such a brand new city, we shouldn't limit ourselves in thinking about the next year or 2 years or 5 years. Because we are a city in its infancy, right? What we do today, these types of things, what we do today will affect generations of.
The next generation.
We really, really have to be conscious because it's our thumbprints are going to be on this city forever. And these are the most important decisions that we make now. And that's just something we need to have at the forefront of our minds. We have to be very, very forward thinking. Yes, establishing a permanent city hall for the city is something that should happen at some point for the generations to come. But in the next year to 2 years, to your point, we're not there yet. It's important,
But
when you think about it, it's important to plan for it.
I think it would also help us establish our own identity outside of Minto. People think of Westlake, they think of Minto. We need to start creating our own identity. Step one would be to get our own city hall. Being prudent and making sure that we're doing it financially responsibly and not wasting our money on leases and so on. We might want to start looking at how that looks in the next 3 to 5 years and where we could start looking at the land that we may need to build on and the cost it's going to take us to get there by that 5-year mark. I'm not saying that it should be tomorrow, next year, the year after, but it's going to take time to put it into place, plan it, finance it, and make sure that it gets built appropriately.
So I think the original plan, maybe not the original plan, but the more or less most recent plan was to place the community center / city hall. And this would be a building that in effect works as both. Very, very versatile, innovative building that we could have our meetings in, but also could double as a recreational space for residents to use or rent out. You're planning on putting that in the park property. Do we still have, is it still earmarked for that use in the park?
Space for about 14,000 square feet earmarked.
On the park land?
I would like you to think of this perspective. Coming from experience, there was a city hall that was put to the southeast corner of a city. That did not work because it was not centralized. Years later, we had to move it to the center of the city to make it work. I think the city hall should be a centralized focal point within the city, as opposed to being pushed off to one side or the other, or one corner or the other, where it's out of sight, out of mind. So I'm thinking the location may be something that we would try to look at a different perspective of.
So with that, just maybe y'all can answer, I don't know this answer. Do we purchase, as a city, would we purchase the land if we were to do that?
We could.
And then we start to build our own building as a city? Is that would be the thought process?
If the idea was to have it in the center of the city, we would have to purchase the land because we don't own any.
Right.
And we would have to purchase land in the center of the city and it would have to be willing to be sold to us. Can't just eminent domain the land and say this is gonna be our city hall.
Mr. Carter, it wouldn't be impossible.
Not impossible. I'm not even saying improbable. I'm just saying that's what would have to happen.
Okay, that's just.
Or we have 60 some acres. The city's only 6.5 square miles. So we're talking about dead center of the city versus 4 minutes in this direction. We have land that will be our park that we could potentially put a nice community center that could also be a city hall.
My correction, Sid has some.
City.
That can be utilized.
Our future dependent
Could also,
future dependent district has.
Why don't we?
you could probably also negotiate once our Minto relationship is established, a long land lease with an option to buy at the end.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
Goal to pursue this in the next five years and keep it as an issue right in front of us.
That'll be one of our goals.
Look for location, look for financing, and just to get an idea of where we would want it, what would be best for the community, and how we would accomplish it.
Could also be used as a catalyst to start building town center.
I like the
Then you
long-term
can get your
land lease.
marquee, the digital marquee out front.
Mhm. There you go. All wrapped up. See, we solved everything right there. Done.
Strong feelings to have the town center features facilities put into place. We all have very
I
strong
think
feelings.
that's an important one for the downtown. What do we want to see in the downtown area? Is there a plaza? Are there water features? You know, we don't have that much control right now over how it's going to be developed, but we can certainly identify what we see should be part of that development whenever it comes.
You mean the features, like what's actually there once they start?
Well, I'm saying like water features or a plaza for gatherings, for community gatherings. Should it be paved roads for downtown, I mean, pavers in the roads to establish a quaintness to the downtown? Should the architecture be similar to everything else in Westlake, or should it be unique to that location? Those are all things.
What's our vertical right now? Is it 30 feet, 50 feet? What does our code allow for it? How high? 150?
150.
Do we want?
200 in the better.
Right, so that's another question. Do we want our downtown to be
Right,
maxed out on vertical?
right, those are all things that we should identify in terms of how we want to establish our character in our community.
So I think when we build that relationship, we will be able to give what our residents would like to see there. And then hopefully the architects, city planners, all those people will take those ideas and create something that the residents in this community would like to see.
Well, we also got to keep in mind that, you know, yes, relationship with Minto would be phenomenal in what ends up in our downtown area. But we also gonna need a relationship with whoever buys the land from
Right.
Minto to build the downtown, because they're paying the millions and millions of dollars for the land. They're gonna want
Do what they want.
what they want in there.
Like Rosemary, they built it up to
I
tear
think
it all
a whole
down.
different perspective to pursue that. Well, we're the city council, we establish the city design regulations, development standards, and if we establish what we want in our codes and policies, whoever buys will know that's what the city of Westlake is looking for.
What I heard from the community is they want upscale shopping, upscale restaurants, community features such as an amphitheater, and probably a gathering place, plaza type of thing. But they want, great restaurants, upscale bars, places where they can come to the center of Westlake as opposed to having to go into West Palm Beach or Boca. That's what they want.
I want the same.
We all want that. We're.
So they want like a Meisner Park.
We're the ones that need to establish those policies.
I don't think that's how it works, but.
I agree with you.
Public transit, I mean, where are you talking with?
Yeah.
Home transit, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, we reached out to them, what, a year ago, so, right?
Home
We've
transit,
been
we're
developed,
working
we've been
on a
delivered a
project right now.
proposal, which includes pricing on some public transportation initiatives.
Cause you already have like the bus loops on the main road, right, where the buses would.
Really girls, yeah.
Mhm.
The bus stops were already established when they built Seminole Pratt. Also, the park area is also designed so it can double as a park ride area. So they're not wasting ground and space. So it's a matter of getting Palm Tran to come out.
When that date does occur, do we pay for the bus stops or the CID? I mean, the CID or the Palm Train?
As far as the
But
bus
it's not
stop,
like the bench and the,
that would be Palm
that
Tran,
would be, okay.
because it's in the county right away.
Now, just having public transportation comes at a cost itself. There's a pilot program that they're putting together right now. It's called Westlake Go West or Palm Tran Go West.
And there's a cost associated with that, which I'm hoping to be included in our next round of appropriations. Hopefully we bring some, it's not crazy,
Probably some federal money too.
or that would be my hope, because I,
So there's a cost to our relationship with Palm Trend to come out here, or a cost to,
it's not, yeah, it's not.
so it's not a free thing that we just benefit from?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And Palm Tran is not funded out of the county tax base. It's funded out of its revenue source. So it has to basically, like the police department, if it's going outside a certain area, it has to generate the revenue to run those services.
Gotcha. Okay.
On the zip code issue, I understand we're subject to the USPS or post office, but I'm tired of putting in my zip code on a form and it comes up Loxahatchee. When it should really say, even when I put in Westlake, it comes out Loxahatchee. If we were to maybe come up with a resolution again, adopt it as a city council, send it to the post office, and
It's
we
not.
do our best to convince them,
It's the public database.
so we should have our own zip code.
Public databases are being populated as time goes.
Yeah.
And that's just something that's gonna happen over time. Alternatively, I hear complaints all the time. Think about if you lived in Loxahatchee for the last 30 years. Now, all of a sudden, when they type in their zip code, it's showing up Westlake.
Yeah, Westlake does show up.
Have our own zip code.
Westlake does show up. It both shows up, Loxahatchee and Westlake.
So we're moving, I mean, for a very, very long time, it only showed up Loxahatchee.
Right.
It took everybody correcting it to Westlake,
Mhm.
to where now we're starting to see Westlake show up. But if we had our own zip code, that would be phenomenal.
Right, but those are all reasons for that.
And our own local post office. I happen to know for a fact that the landowner gave the sweetest of deals to USPS, pretty much giving them land in order to put a post office here, and the federal government still didn't do it.
Wow.
So,
Well, I don't have a problem with that, because they don't pay tax, they don't pay property tax.
So are we putting that down as a goal, like getting our?
But tomorrow's.
Appreciate your input, but this is for the city council. You're welcome to observe.
Write it down for later.
Comment.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, public comments.
Thank you.
Write it,
Jot it down though, make
Yeah.
a note so that
so
we
you can
remember
have.
tomorrow.
All right, anything else on this? We kind of need to move on.
Let's keep going.
We got a lot more work. Okay.
So I've got a pop quiz for you. Okay? I want you to fill in the blank, please. The customer is always right,
Right.
Present.
present,
Heard.
heard. Ken, you've probably heard me say this before, because it's my belief that the customer is always the customer. And here's my experience. Actually, when the city tends to hear from residents, you hear from them when something's gone wrong, they're not satisfied, they have a problem, they have an issue, something's bad, something's terrible, you're not doing enough, you're not listening to me. That's when you hear from the resident.
Right.
That's when you hear from the customer. And so the customer, quite often, my experience is that the customer is quite often wrong. And why are they wrong? They don't have enough information. They were not there for the discussion. They were not engaged as decisions were being made. They didn't pay attention. They got bad information from the internet. They got bad information from their next door neighbor. And what I find is that the customer is quite often wrong because of all those reasons. But the customer is always the customer. And so when we interact with our citizen customers, we have to respect the fact that they may have bad information, They may not have enough information. They have not, maybe not been engaged. I mean, how many times does somebody come to a city council meeting to complain about an issue that was discussed, debated, and decided in the prior meeting? It happens all the time. The citizens are not always engaged as you are. So if you can remember that the customer is always the customer or the citizen is to be respected, is to be listened to. There needs to be an effort to help them be informed, and they need to be given detailed, clear information so that they understand. And then the customer or the citizen will tend to always be a good customer. Think about what they do at Publix. At Publix, when you have a question of, where's the ramen noodles? They don't point. They walk you to the ramen noodles. So I want you to walk your citizens to the ramen noodles. Don't point. All right?
Got it.
That was hard work.
That was what?
That was hard work.
What was hard work?
So we're gonna do some hard work now.
Oh, no. The hard work is just about ready to start. Okay, so next item. So it's time to get to work. So we're going to try right now to craft a vision for the city of Westlake. A vision sets the focus toward the future. It is an aspirational description of a desired future state about where and what the city of Westlake wants to be. I have some examples of city visions. These are all city visions that I worked on in other strategic planning sessions. So I was there when these were all crafted. The city of Palm Bay, they have decided that Palm Bay is a thriving community dedicated to economic prosperity, public safety, quality infrastructure, with a diverse culture and recreational amenities for all. When we did the city of Clearwater, their vision is that Clearwater will be a uniquely beautiful and vibrant community that is socially and economically diverse, that invests for the future, and that is a wonderful place to live, learn, work, visit, and play. When we did the city of Hollywood is to be a thriving city, true to its founding principles of economic opportunity, diversity, and innovation. And West Palm Beach was a real fast strategic planning session. What they came up with is West Palm Beach is a vibrant world-class city. So let's begin to build a vision for the city of Westlake. I will keep this up, but either I can go to the flip charts and start writing down some of your thoughts, or if one of you wants to do that, but also be able to participate, I would encourage that, because my handwriting is terrible. So I'll be happy to do it. But if anyone else wants to maybe think about going to the flip charts, I would encourage somebody to step up. Oh, Zoe, good for you. All right, Zoe.
Oh, Zoe.
Go for it, Zoe. I got markers here, Zoe. So I'll leave these examples up. Oh, let me say one more thing. And probably some of you may recall in our one-on-one interviews, I may have used this as an example. It's the John F. Kennedy example, which I think is one of the greatest vision examples of all time. John F. Kennedy, during his inauguration address, of course he said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. But he also said, by the end of the decade, we are going to put a man on the moon and bring him back safely. Absolutely. That is, to me, a classic vision. It says exactly where we're going. We're going to the moon, and we're going to bring him back safely. And I'll just jump ahead for a quick moment. When we get to mission, which is how we're going to do it, Kennedy didn't say how we're going to go to the moon and bring them back safely. He left that up to Mission Control in Houston, Texas to figure out. So the mission is the how-to. The vision is where we're going. Okay, so right now we're going to work on vision. And I know some of you have done some homework prior to today's meeting. So let's start writing out where we're going as the city of Westlake.
I didn't do any homework.
That's fine.
So, and how do we want to do this?
Shout out, somebody shout out.
So I could-
She can write.
Do you want me to, I kind of did some homework, I guess maybe that's.
Let's start. Okay. Now, what Zoe's gonna do is, Zoe's gonna, put it all up there.
Okay,
Okay, and then collaboratively, we will narrow down all of the thoughts into either a 7-sentence vision, or a 4-part vision, or a 2-sentence vision. We will collaboratively narrow it down. We'll see what everybody likes and what we decide on, once we get it all out of work.
so
Should we go one at a time? What are we gonna do?
Whatever you want.
what I started with and was working on was something that was, Westlake is a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable city that fosters innovation, preserves natural beauty, and enhances the quality of life for all residents.
You got that?
Yep.
Right?
Slower, so
Yeah.
right.
Westlake is a vibrant, inclusive, inclusive, and sustainable city, and A and B. That fosters
That fosters.
sustainable city, that fosters innovation, preserves natural beauty, preserves natural beauty, and enhances the quality of life for all residents.
So I have the next one, I think. 1, 2,
Hey, Odette, we invite you to be a scribe for us too. Should we invite Odette to be a scribe for on this board?
Like that, how's your handwriting?
I mean, I can definitely do it. I do write small though. So I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. So I was like, I don't know how.
Like small,
Catherine?
You got it.
Quality
Quality of life for all residents.
All residents.
A shorter one.
I have one next.
I think Councilwoman Leonard wanted to go next.
All right.
Okay.
You ready, Odette?
Right, thank you.
A vibrant, comma. The vibrant seems to be our word. Future dash ready city. Future dash ready city. Built for the next generation. Where innovation, next generation, sorry. The dash, actually, where innovation, guess you could do comma. INNOBATION meets everyday life. Where green spaces smart infrastructure,
Mark and?
smart infrastructure.
Smart infrastructure, not A.
Uh,
It's got the hand. A,
Oh,
A,
yeah.
U, C, T, R.
Create a safe and dynamic environment for families to thrive.
Are you safe?
Safe, yes, create a safe, I'm sorry, and dynamic environment for families to thrive. That's it. Yeah, sorry.
Thanks your order. Back to Zoe.
Westlake strives to be a diverse, boutique community serving the residential, commercial, and employment needs East Central Palm Beach County. Residential, commercial, yeah, and
Residential, commercial.
residential, comma, commercial, comma, and employment needs East Central PB County. East,
East,
well, what's right?
Typically, we're West End.
I'm sorry, West, yeah, West End.
Yeah.
Is where you started.
West Central.
Yeah, I was coming from California.
You're looking the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
PBC is good. Okay, great. Well, yeah, you're up. Who's next?
Gregor.
Yeah, well, yeah. I've got a gist of it. Westlake will be a timeless city, safe, vibrant, and enduring, where generations choose to live. Oh, sorry. Timeless city, safe, vibrant, and enduring. A place where generations choose to live.
That's good. Generations.
I think with safe, vibrant, and enduring.
Enduring.
Timeless place, right?
She has time to do it, though.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Good.
A place where generations choose
Okay, good.
to live in. I'm paraphrasing my own thing here. A city so thoughtfully designed
Hold on.
Choose to live.
Who's to live in? City.
A city so thoughtfully designed that every essential service is a short golf cart ride away.
That's way in the future.
Doesn't have to be. Every essential service is a short golf cart ride away.
Or helipad away.
Joy, joy, purpose, and fun is built into the everyday experience.
It is built into the everyday
It's
experience.
built into the everyday experience.
Well, as long as all we need is the Publix, we're okay.
A
For shopping is the player.
city to grow up in and grow old in. And I'll be done.
Yeah, that's great.
Who's next?
Okay, ready?
Greg said yes.
Westlake is a private, comma, thriving, comma, innovative, and a comma, and inclusive city where families flourish, comma, businesses grow, comma, and nature and community thrive in harmony. Do I have another one after that?
Thrive in harmony.
And Odette, I'll give you one. Westlake envisions a bold and forward-looking community.
Moving forward.
Yes. Dash, where modern living comma, strong neighborhoods comma, and sustainable growth create a vibrant and welcoming city for generations to come. All right, ready?
More, please.
All right, let's just work with those.
Then it becomes.
Just combine those.
That it? We're done?
Sure.
Now we're gonna combine them.
Done creating?
Mhm.
More? Okay, time to get to work. So each of you gets 5 dots.
Right?
Thank you.
I want you to go up to these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages and put your dot on the words that are most important to you. You don't have to use the word Westlake. We will make sure that Westlake is included. But come on up. Take a look. No, which of those 5 words are the most important?
So use all 5 dots?
Use all 5 dots, and in fact, I was gonna say, if 5 isn't enough, I got more dots. And actually, you know, if you want, if it's 3 words in a row that's important, I can, have you underline the 3 words in a row, if you need them.
That same over there. They gave
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Well, then,
Yeah, so you gotta speak up about that.
do we need more dots? You think you got it?
I read some of the top. We got
That means, this 10 minutes.
No. Let's run the rocks and get to that. Although Ken will have questions, I promise you.
What do you want me to do with that? Now you have to tally the votes.
Probably.
Right on.
Write the new words.
You have been used multiple times, but
Yeah.
sheets,
You have to write our names on it, Zoe?
Hmm?
Do we have to write our names on it?
Don't know.
Yeah, one dot, and you want to use it well. The wise-
Want me to write my name on it?
so it was all the same, well, I had, no, I had, we all had the same 5 different colors. Yeah, no.
Losing battery.
You have a cord?
In the car.
Okay.
I need to, yeah, but I
You don't want
the way
to-
out. I have a.
Okay, good. Okay, here we go. So, nobody's gonna do some more writing. Thank you for this. Zoe, if you would capture the words. Violet. I think this is.
Sustainable.
Rather than thoughtful.
Yeah, sustainable.
Vibrant, sustainable.
I know that.
You're done.
I would have done golf cart.
Inclusive.
It's gonna make it into a mission.
Inclusive? Yeah, it's yellow. Oh, yeah. Vibrant again, so if you put,
Take them out.
do 2 half marks. No, yeah, 1, 2. Vibrant. Okay, so we got vibrant again. Innovation. I assume this is for infrastructure, not cross out in.
It's smart infrastructure.
Oh, smart infrastructure.
Is that yours, Ken?
We have 2 words.
Charles.
You can have 2 words, smart infrastructure. Safe. Dynamic. You can go over to the second one if you want. Environment. Families. Families. Diverse. Boutique, twice. 2 hash marks. No hash mark on safe. I think that's back over there. And also on vibrant up at the top. Generations, that's a new word.
Generations, generational.
Fun. This is innovative, but the innovation, so I think that's 2 half marks over there.
Yeah, one more innovation.
Do we have inclusive somewhere?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so another inclusive. Community, the word community, it's a new word.
You see a dot on community?
Yeah, it's yellow. It's yellow, it's hard to see.
They just want, you know.
Harmony.
Yeah, you can't see yellow.
What's the word?
Still don't see it, that's crazy.
It's there.
Another hash mark on sustainable. I think that's, yeah, sustainable.
I think it was very important.
And then while we're there, vibrant again. Welcoming, new word, I believe. Yeah. And the last one is generations.
Generation, yeah, generation, we got it. Sweet.
Oh, you got, so that means there's 2.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So,
So we're vibrant, sustainable.
we like it.
Obviously, we're vibrant.
Vibrant, sustainable, safe, innovative, inclusive communities
Boutique.
for generation.
Okay, so let's do this. What have we heard? We like vibrant.
Sustainable,
We like vibrant.
sustainable, inclusive.
Boutique 3 times.
Boutique twice.
Hashtag on generations.
Oh, twice. No, 3.
3?
Boutique and then 2 clicks. I mean, I marked 3 times, I don't know if it is 3 times.
So. So boutique is 3 times?
I think we only,
See, 2
I
boutiques,
see 2 boutiques. but
Two
not the
boutiques.
3. I see 2.
yellow and green.
All right, well, that's okay.
You're missing one.
We like boutique.
Generations, they said.
Generation. Everyone has one hat. There you go.
Generations at least twice.
I think they count the word as one.
Yeah, the one is.
Inclusive is.
The word is one.
The word is one. I don't think it's there.
So we also like generations.
Yeah.
I like generations a lot.
think
Safe
innovative,
is-
you've always talked about
safe, I-
innovative and safe.
I think it's very than one state. There were two states, states. State?
I think it's only up here once, but
No, it's twice.
I see it twice.
Over there and one over there.
okay,
Yeah.
right.
Well, inclusive and innovation both have two as well.
Inclusive, I think, yep. So inclusive is two.
And so is innovation.
So I
I think
don't.
vibrant system.
Stay. I think what happened, I know.
With the
going
word
into the
and then
audience, but I think what happened was initially, we were, Zoe was counting the hashtag as a one, and then towards the end, you guys were counting the word as a one, so I think that's why it was.
So I don't. Inclusive and innovation.
Yeah.
Get some attention.
Yeah,
All right, good.
sustainable. No,
Sustainable.
it's over here.
Oh.
All right, so you need vibrant, sustainable, inclusive, innovative, safe,
What about that?
boutique, community for generations.
This kind of thing.
Okay.
I like fun. I don't think it needs to make it. Enjoy visions. Yeah, vibrant is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully, like, they're only. They're in command.
Don't let them tell you.
Let's write a vision. Do any of these get exactly to it, or do we need to craft a collaborative vision? Yeah, I mean, screen, you want to add are you able to add a slide?
I probably, we'll see.
You'll
I
find
don't,
out.
I don't think so. We'll see.
Well, that last one, generations is used, sustainable, vibrant, which are all up there circled.
I read John the City. Just put them all together. I got it. West
Oh, there you go.
Lake
Yeah, I got a
is
slide.
vibrant, sustainable, inclusive, innovative, safe, boutique community for generations.
Well, but may start with a lot of words, and then we'll decide to wordsmith it if we want. So, Councilwoman, you want to do that again, and Zoe will try to capture it?
Sure.
You need to do an insert. I know you know how to do PowerPoint. Probably the next slide down. There you go. And you go up to the top and do an insert. Oh, okay, you can do it that way. All right, Councilwoman.
The Westlake is a vibrant, sustainable, inclusive, there'll be some comments, but I know you'll do that later.
Yeah, well-
Innovative, safe, boutique community for all generations. Just add it all in there.
We're done.
All right, maybe I'll fix it. Here, let's see what ChatGPT says.
I'm telling you right now. Westlake is a vibrant, safe, and boutique city, sustainable, inclusive, and innovative, designed for generations to live, thrive, and grow together.
There you go.
Okay.
ChatGPT.
Can you insert and capture that? Please? Or you can maybe do it right below.
You want to do it below that or a fresh one?
Well, let's go and do it below, not on the next slide.
You want to just type it from his phone? Thank you.
We have the word is in there. We're supposed to say to the future. So shouldn't it be strives?
Will be.
Frankly, I believe.
But it
the word
still
is
is
can be
vibrant.
forward-looking.
Yeah, it is vibrant, see.
Can be forward-looking. Mayor, you want to give it to her again? Do you have it?
She has the phone.
Oh, just pay your phone, okay. Yeah, I know. That's it, okay.
There we go. See?
And maybe can you highlight it all and go to a lower font?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go down to maybe 16 or 18. Where is that? That's a 36. You need to take it down to 28 or so. Okay, that's good. Okay.
Okay.
More?
Save. Mhm.
Or different?
Westlake is a vibrant, sustainable, inclusive community that fosters innovation, ensures public safety, and offers boutique amenities and experiences for all generations.
After amenities, you should add and experiences, correct? Is that what you said? Boutique amenities and experiences?
For all generations.
I don't like the way it says for all generations.
For
For
generations.
generation.
Yeah, it misses the mark, because what we're trying to stress is,
For generations.
yeah, we're having our kids will have their kids here, and their kids, you know, it's.
Mr. Mayor, you mean as a different perspective, I would like to bring your attention.
I think we have the same perspective.
No, you're solid.
I don't, I can say, I don't like the way it sounds. Experiences for, I think it's been missing something.
For future generations?
Like, how do we say we not only want our kids to grow up here and live here, but we want them to choose to have their kids
For
grow up
future.
For generations to come?
For generations to come.
generations to come.
It's a legacy city. This is the
How
legacy.
about, like, we use the word legacy?
How about instead of ensures public safety, promotes public safety?
Well, it sure is a strong word.
Yeah, but how can we?
And promote is a different word. So, would you keep both up there? Ensures it, right, and I think we need to figure out if we want to just promote or we want to ensure.
I think it's our duty to ensure.
Yeah, but what if we don't accomplish that?
What if,
Well.
in someone's
Get
opinion,
back and get removed and bring them back safely, but we had a vision. And we want to work toward that vision.
I don't mind ensuring public safety. I think I'd rather ensure it than promote it.
I think it portrays our strong stance on public safety,
Yeah.
about ensuring and this portraying, promoting them.
Yeah, I like ensure, like. There's one thing we'll do, it's gonna ensure that you're safe.
Good with that? Insurance? You're okay? Okay, so we're good with insurance. We lost the word sustainable in the third one.
You could add it.
Vibrant.
A vibrant, comma, sustainable, and inclusive. Yeah.
Vibrant, comma.
Um, where families plant roots and stay for generations.
Is that a vision, Mayor?
No, I'm just talking out loud, like,
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
still trying to figure out how to say the generation part that I wanted to say. That's what I meant, like plant roots. Stay for generations. Something along those lines. Generational pride. Just thinking out loud.
Another good word is rooted. It's root. The root
Roots.
rooted in.
The generations, I think that you're referring to is a family nano generation where we're looking at a time span of
Yeah.
generation. So we're kind of trying to mix two different.
That's exactly the point, yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
So.
Hashtag Westlake strong, hashtag Westlake proud. Which is our official tagline. We adopted that. So it's back. Hashtag Westlake strong, hashtag Westlake proud is the city's official hashtags. As an activist council, we did that. Yes. It's the same way, inclusive community and fosters innovation, ensure public safety and offers boutique amenities services. Generations. So the right safe and boutique city. How do we define the word boutique? And is it gonna have the same definition like 20 years from now?
Oh, I got it. I think I got it.
No, I'm not sure, I'm just asking a question. We all know what boutique means to us right now.
Okay, so to answer that question, I'm gonna call on Ken to share some thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Ken?
As I'm looking at this, biggest thing that we're having to communicate is we all use these words, but what do they really mean? What denotes something as vibrant? What denotes something as sustainable? What does inclusive really mean? You know, fostering innovation? Not sure what that is. Sure, public safety, that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Boutique amenities, what does that really mean? And in this vision, getting a man to the moon and back is a clear vision. You know what that takes. What we have is a bunch of words that are used that people will say, oh, sustainable means this, or vibrant means that. We're trying to say vibrant means this. I guess from my perspective is, how do we clean it up and narrow it down?
So I think vibrant is the posh way of saying fun. So do we want to just say fun? Or
No, I mean, because people could look at fun and go, you consider fun something, I consider something different.
I think it means active.
Vibrant could be active, but
Yeah,
it could be a fun active.
And that's to my point. I love the word boutique.
Colorful.
I think it's a great buzzword. But what are we actually defining that as? And are people gonna have the same definition that we have when they read it? Boutique is like niche,
Yeah,
you know,
small, quaint.
Right,
I think-
but I think that's.
specialized.
That's kind of gearing for town center too, of where we're going with that too.
Mhm.
So it could all be incorporated into one as to,
Like,
I don't think anything that we have currently shares the boutique feeling.
agreed.
But if it's where we want it to go, it establishes that viewpoint of where we want to go. Now, the next step would be how do we get there, but that would be the mission, right?
Yes.
So that would be clearing up a little bit of the definitions of this particular vision.
So to answer the question, vibrant is life, bigger activity. So I think in Westlake, you have our park here, our amenities here. I think the city is vibrant in terms of activity. We got walking, we got bicycles, we got golf carts. So I think vibrant is all of that. So I think that's a good word for our city.
Ensures public safety is very clear cut, to the point. That's moon and back. I think that needs to make it in there.
So I put prioritizes down below. So do we like that versus ensures or?
I like ensures
Okay.
personally, because I want to really want to like drive that point home, and it's safe.
Mm-hmm.
We don't just want public safety. We are diverting our resources to create a very safe city.
Somebody asked about the innovation, right?
And fostering innovation doesn't necessarily mean that the city is actually going to be innovative, which we are.
Right.
We are.
We are, but we could also foster innovation by like the mayor had mentioned prior, maybe offering some types of incentives for different innovative companies to bring in their headquarters or bring in their ideas and develop them here in Westlake.
Mm-hmm.
So it might not just be, it might be a helipad, I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Vertiport. Stop calling it a helipad. It's not a helipad.
Vertiport.
Vertiport. It's different.
Encourages innovation.
Well, to me, fosters and encourage, to me, fosters is an active word. Encourage is a So in your vision, you want active words over passive words.
Especially when we don't have much to foster with, the best we can do is encourage.
Well,
But this is not for us.
want to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then,
Hey. Can you go back to the ones for the other, can you go back to the slide for the other cities? I just want to read them real quick.
yeah. No, wait, can you do, should I do that or?
There you go.
I can do it.
Okay. Thriving, communicated, dedicated to economic prosperity, public safety, quality infrastructure, diverse culture, uniquely beautiful. That's boutique. Vibrant. Thriving city, true to its founding principles. All right, thank you.
Notice the difference between Pompeii. Pompeii is, and the city of Hollywood to be,
Right.
And Clearwater it will be.
and Clearwater it will be, right?
And I think as a city in its infancy, we
We
should
should
will
be,
be.
will be.
Will be.
When we do this in 10 more years, maybe is or
Yeah, when you have the word is in there, it says that's where we are today.
They just should be moving.
I like it.
yeah, I like will be. You guys carry on. Me use the restroom real quick.
Go down more.
Or it
more
was bigger
to-
than it is.
Zoe, to the one we got, three, one, yeah, there. So Westlake will be a vibrant.
Well, I like the word.
That's too
thrives. Thrives.
That's good too.
As a different perspective on strives, I think strives to me is more like we're trying to do it as opposed to we're going to do it.
We'll be doing it.
Yeah, but I think as a leadership role, motivational standpoint, doing it is different than trying to do it.
Will be,
Let's do it.
Greg.
We will do it.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Will be.
That's my perspective.
Yeah, right.
A thriving,
Person-
comma, inclusive.
And I think we have to get out of thinking
And
about now
sustainable
today for
city.
ourselves, but 5, 10 years down the line,
Where innovation
what's
flourishes.
between now and 20, what year is it? 36 or where? 18 or whatever.
Where innovation flourishes. Comma. Safety is foundational. Comma,
So,
and
Sean, you know why
curated
Mr.
experiences.
Duty center down in here.
Curated experiences.
I said that.
Lips are sealed.
He said, "No, I'm not driving out there, that
Yeah, it's like.
young guy can take care of it."
Create a place.
Will be a thriving, inclusive, stable city where innovation.
Well, it's uncurated experiences, create a place.
Safety is foundational.
No comma after. Residents are proud
Creative place.
to call home
Oh, I love
Comma.
that. Fred.
now and for generations to come. Then I have one more, it's only a sentence long.
I'm just gonna.
The next one is a bold, comma, inclusive city where innovation, comma, safety, comma, and boutique living shape a sustainable future for all.
Vision now. We should have started with what our vision is now. Maybe it still works.
For all.
Okay, we just added two more.
Support nations to grow. It's a living room. That's interesting.
Let's see for the
I'm so excited. Wow. I do think we should put that up there somewhere. We are pretty close. That's good. Oh. You see it? We can see, okay. They did. Yeah, that's what he said. Pretty good. Yeah, did a good job.
Did you show the other? Yeah.
Want to see the old vision?
Sure.
It's the current vision, actually.
Well, actually, yes. Yes.
Was that? Oh, I don't know.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the word critique. Every, people select that, I'm like, I see that like
It is just.
Meisner or
Very long.
Alton and I don't see this as,
Pretty close.
I feel like that's a cutesy.
What's been created is really. 10 years later.
I think we're almost ready for a break.
Yes.
Oh. Who's ready?
So, Zoe, have you done a save? Please,
Yes.
thank you. Let's go ahead and take a new break, then we'll come back and try and find doing this.
Oh, I really like that one. So I think it's short. It's been.
They have so many good words, keywords.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
All right, recess over. Let's get back to work.
Okay. So, you want to do more wordsmithing? Yeah. Or more creating? Or do you want to give some thought to all of this overnight and finalize tonight? I'm fine with any of those three options. Frankly, I'd like to, got 1, 2, 3, 4, we got 6 right now. Some of them overlap a bit. I'd like to maybe think about whittling these down a little bit. You don't have to finalize it today. You have to finalize it by tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm open to
Love the.
however you want to do it.
Last two there.
Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor offered them forward directly to Zoe. Well, he asked about the last two.
I like that second one.
It experiences create a place for residents to project home now and for generations.
Safety is foundational. I like that.
I like that too. I really like safety is foundational. I'm not sold on the boutique living. I think that's more like a buzzword. You know, I love the word. I just don't know if it's like really drives home who we are as a city.
Well, that's why I like that second to last one, not the last one,
Second to last.
Yeah,
which doesn't have boutique in it.
Boutique's not in the moment.
Westlake will be a thriving, inclusive, sustainable city where innovation flourishes. Safety is foundational, curated experiences of place residents are private home now. I love it. Is it too long?
Which one?
The second to the last one.
And show JP our current one.
Yeah. It's like 6 sentences.
Stay together.
And we did it, though. I think it definitely captured what they were trying to do back then.
I don't think it's too long.
No.
Westlake will be a thriving,
I always think
inclusive,
about it this, can you give it a 30-second elevator speech?
sustainable city where innovation flourishes.
So curated experiences. Safety is foundational and
You could put a great place to,
a place residents are proud to call home. And
now.
without
Yeah.
the curated experience, so Westlake will be a thriving, inclusive and sustainable city where innovation flourishes. Safety is foundational. A
And-
place residents are proud to call home now and for generations to come.
That works.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Mhm,
So we'll get rid of and curated experiences, create
mhm.
a place will be where residents are proud.
Get rid of experiences, right?
Yep.
Mhm. Get rid of that whole little piece there.
Yep.
And skip out, go to
Residents are proud to call home.
a place residents are
Where,
proud.
where
Yeah, right there.
residents are proud.
Yep. Mhm,
So now we're like found tuning, right?
Yep.
mhm. All right, Eric and Gary, you all like that?
I like.
Gary?
Yeah, that works.
All right, we did it. Done.
Done?
We're done.
Well, we're temporarily.
We're celebrating here.
I like
Good
it.
for you.
I like it. a lot.
Actually, that's good work. I think that's really good work. Frankly, that's the best I've seen a vision created. You know? So you want to get rid of the others? We can't vote, but I heard a consensus that we like that one. Here's what I'd like to do. Can you send this to the 5 elected officials electronically or thinking about overnight? Because tomorrow, after you've slept on it, we'll revisit it. You can leave it in the PowerPoint presentation. You can capture it and then send it. Okay? Good work.
Safety is foundational.
Good work.
I really like safety is foundational.
So if maybe instead of where residents are proud, safety is foundational and residents are proud to call home? Instead of where residents, I don't know, we can think about that for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Think about it.
yeah, they should at least say where residents are proud. Yeah, we'll,
Mhm.
In the morning.
got it.
You'll think about it overnight,
Yeah,
okay?
keep
So
cruising.
you'll send it? Perfect, thank you. All right.
Hold on, let me take a picture.
Do I have control again still? Okay.
We got it.
Yep, got it.
Hang on just a minute.
You don't have to send it to us. We're gonna do our, delete it.
Kind of missed the music.
I'm gonna send it. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
I just wanna lock it somewhere so I can grab it.
Are you gonna go all the way through all the screens? Can you just go back to the beginning of the PowerPoint and go to the slide and hit, I think it's called continue from this point or something? Yeah, go to that,
Let me go back to your,
right, go to,
we were on 52.
let's begin, so it looks like this one can come out, delete that one.
Yep.
Okay, go there and go to slideshow and go to, up down to slideshow. A little bit more to the right. And from current slide, second from the left. Okay, let's craft a mission.
Oh.
The mission is the description of the purpose of the city of Westlake. It fundamentally defines what the organization stands for and how and what it will do to serve the residents, the businesses, and the public. Some examples of missions. Again, these are ones that I've worked with these communities to create their missions. The city of Palm Bay, our mission is to provide quality services, promote economic growth, and ensure a safe and secure environment for Palm Bay residents and the public. City of Clearwater is committed to quality, sustainable, cost-effective municipal services that foster and sustain a healthy residential and economic environment. Again, West Palm Beach didn't spend a lot of time. In partnership with our communities, and by communities, they have a lot of neighborhoods in West Palm Beach. So that's what they meant there. In partnership with our community, West Palm Beach delivers exceptional customer service that enhances the quality of life. All right, so I'll leave that up there. Actually, I know. So let's begin to build a mission for the city of Westlake. There's some examples. Can I have my writers?
Scribe. Thank you.
The mission is the hows. How are we going to meet the vision? Notice the city of Palm Bay, they start with our mission is. Clearwater just comes out and says, we're committed to.
So what are we're trying to figure out how we're gonna complete our vision.
Yes.
Thoughtful planning,
Thoughtful planning.
forward thinking, same thing, but, you know. Listening to our residents.
Am I losing you?
No, the managing growth responsibly.
Yeah.
This is all the hows, right? Like how,
This is how.
so how do we?
How and what? Oh, yeah, you're gonna be up in a minute.
Public safety.
Like how?
Right, it's the how.
So we're founded in public, we have a foundational support for public safety, but how do we accomplish that? And we accomplish that by
Prioritizing.
committing, prioritizing.
How about this? I'm just gonna read something. The city of Westlake is committed to building a safe, inclusive, and sustainable community by delivering exceptional public services, fostering smart growth and innovation, and enhancing quality of life through thoughtful planning, vibrant amenities, and responsive leadership.
Write that down the billion.
Thank you, Chachi.
The city of Westlake is committed to building a safe, inclusive, and sustainable community by delivering exceptional public services, fostering smart growth and innovation, and enhancing quality of life through thoughtful planning, vibrant amenities, and responsive leadership.
Break the whole thing out.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I think we need to break it up.
What are the key hows? Yeah.
Back to the screen.
Yeah, I think we need our vision.
Managing growth responsibly.
Probably have enough of this, so we can add another slide.
You want it shorter than that?
It's up to you, it's not me, this is yours.
Safety focus.
I don't think that's awkwardly long. I just think to display it to everyone would be better on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down.
So if you don't mind, we can fast another slide.
Westlake mission is to provide quality city services in a sustainable manner. To the point.
Mm-hmm.
Hold that up, we're gonna.
Oh,
Good.
After Greg's gonna attack yours next.
You're pretty quick. I'd be all over the place. I'd be all over the place on that. Is it better for me to read it to you, or do you want to look at it, or should I read it? Okay. The city of Westlake
Founded in, what did we say? Founded in.
is committed
I have a picture of it.
to building a safe,
Foundational.
Safety is foundational.
comma, inclusive,
Can you read it? Or you don't have it?
comma,
Westlake
sustainable
will be a
community.
thriving, inclusive, and sustainable city where innovation flourishes. Safety is foundational, where residents are proud to call home now and for generations to come.
Right, that's a.
Sustainable
That's the fish.
community
Mhm.
by delivering
Build them out.
exceptional public services, comma, fostering smart growth and innovation, comma, and enhancing quality of life through thoughtful planning, vibrant amenities, and amenities, comma, and responsive leadership. Comma, and responsive leadership. Responsive.
Great, we have another one, Zoe, a new one, couple lines down.
Mhm.
Commissioner Werner.
Westlake's mission is to provide quality city services in a sustainable manner.
I have a name.
I got one too.
To serve Westlake by promoting safety, comma, sustainability, comma, and innovation, comma, while enhancing community life through exceptional services and inclusive growth.
I have one, Zoe.
And I got one.
Our mission is to thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth through inclusive community engagement.
Inclusive.
Through inclusive community engagement. Responsible planning. And a deep commitment to public safety. We listen actively to our residents. Plan with purpose. And lead with innovation.
All right. Next, ready, coming when you're ready. All right. Our mission is to foster a safe, comma, inclusive, comma, an enterprising city where public safety, comma, economic innovation, and community well-being formed the cornerstone of a prosperous and resilient future. You can do our, it says out to our. I think. Okay.
This is supposed to be the how, right?
So the first one does both. You say it and then we do it through,
Right.
but public planning by recommending and express leadership.
Thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth. This is how.
Second one down, going to make Westlake, Michigan.
Apostrophe.
Thank you. By the way, this was saved.
Yeah, got it.
I don't know if I like the cornerstone. I don't know where it went, but
Down at the bottom.
where is it?
At the bottom.
Oh, the cornerstone, but I don't know if I like very 33rd degree Mason feeling. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But I
Get the Masons here.
I think it's good. I don't know if I like it in a minute.
So maybe we need to take the words again, something.
I like the thoughtfully guide. It encompasses the fact that we're this baby city that we need to kind of
But again, we're thinking this mission is gonna be 5, 10 years out. what is gonna speak
The
to how
vision
they,
now, right?
right, but it's also gonna be how you're gonna create that vision.
This is
for-
the how. This
Right.
is.
How are we gonna do that for the next,
how
because
are
it
we
won't
gonna
just be
get to
now,
the- How are we gonna get to
Right.
the?
right,
Actually, mission is now.
now, okay, all right.
Yeah, this is how we're gonna get to the vision.
Right.
Okay, what we're
Which is
doing.
why
now
I
to
like
get-
the whole guide Westlake's growth.
So
Our mission is to thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth through fostering a safe, inclusive, I'm adding all different parts of it.
Mixing them up. Got it.
Mm-hmm. Can we see like which words we like again? Like what's our? Can we do?
Oh, the words are still here.
Huh?
Well, yeah, we didn't cap on this on the paper, so.
What we're doing and how we're gonna do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we.
I can highlight them.
Do keyword.
I can highlight them.
Repeat highlight.
I can highlight them.
Okay, so everybody gets 5. And we'll go around the room and you get to pick out 5 keywords. Go ahead and put that on your piece of paper. You get 5 keywords or key phrases, you know, like
Yeah.
quality of life is gotta stay, quality of life. So pick out 5 key words or thoughts on your piece of paper. We'll capture it that way.
Number 3 might.
Yes.
I don't know, number 3 might be it.
Yeah, I think those.
Uh-huh.
All right, Dave, if you can shoot me the, message now. All right, thanks.
Oh. I just like 3 now. We stuck there.
Okay, you don't have to do 5. If 3 stand out to you, that's fine.
I think she meant the third.
Uh-huh, yeah, but I know what you're saying too, yeah.
Words.
Done?
So if you read.
That's not our vision.
Westlake will be a thriving, inclusive, and sustainable city.
Oh, yeah, that, all the top left, gotcha.
Is foundational, where
Yes.
residents are proud to call home now and for generations to come.
Yep.
If you read that, how we get there would be, again, just
Promoting safety.
serve Westlake by promoting safety, which is what we said in there.
Ability, innovation.
Sustainability, innovation, which is what we have there, while enhancing community life, which we said we want to be proud to call home and for generations through exceptional services and inclusive growth. I don't know, I kind of go together, didn't you? What do you think?
No.
I like that.
Councilman Lynch, talk to everybody.
I kind of was. You all didn't hear me? So I was thinking, if you read our vision we just created at the top, vision at the top, and you read number 3's mission statement, it kind of speaks to each other, because at the top it says Westlake will be a thriving, inclusive, and sustainable city where innovation flourishes, safety is foundational, where residents are proud to call home now and for generations to come. And when we go back to number 3, to serve Westlake by promoting safety, which is what we said we wanted to do, sustainability and innovation, while enhancing community life through exceptional services and inclusive growth. So I don't know if we take that and kind of, you look like you're not following that, like, no?
No,
Oh,
I think it's too much.
oh, you think
I
number
think
3?
it's gonna bias. I think that's, the one I like is number 2. It says what we need to do and how we're gonna
Provide
do it.
quality services in a sustainable manner.
Simple and to the point.
That is something.
I mean, we're not creating anything innovative in terms of public services. We're using the services that are available through contractors that are serving other cities.
That's what we're doing
That
now.
in itself
This
is-
is something for the future. We
No, but-
spoke about innovations for the city.
No, but this is what we're doing, this is what he said we're doing now, this is our mission.
This is what we're doing now to get to the vision.
The vision. So it doesn't mean what we're doing today or yesterday. It means how we're gonna start doing what we're gonna do now to get there.
Same thing, we're gonna use quality city services at a cost that we can afford. I just think it's
I think-
One,
simple.
you.
This is not my,
That's not my fight too.
We wanted everybody to pick 5 words from these.
well, it was suggested we do the, keyword. I said we didn't do it on the flip chart.
Hmm.
So if you want to do the keywords off of this, you can do it. And the way that she highlights keyword, but I think you're having a good discussion, so on.
I like thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth, because I feel like that's what we have to do. We have to manage growth. And I really like deep commitment to public safety. We can incorporate those 2 things somehow.
See where that is, Zoe, for keywords? It's the 4th one down, thoughtfully.
Thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth.
Through inclusive.
Well, no, yes, but just that one sentence. It doesn't have to be through that. I just like thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth.
Right.
Period.
And there you go, highlight, there we go.
And I like deep commitment to public safety.
By fostering deep commitment to public safety.
Mm-hmm.
I just like deep,
How are we gonna guide Westlake's growth?
thoughtfully.
How? I mean, we have no choice but to approve what's been presented to us.
That's not true.
Not true.
You know, with site plan approval, you can put conditions.
Yeah, continues to see that.
Your thought, guide
But
to the top.
The city council has
The
full
top sentence.
control over site plan.
I totally agree.
What,
Can
sorry?
you figure out a way to put thoughtfully guide Wesley's growth into the first one?
Or into the,
City of Westlake is commitment. City of Westlake.
Telling
So-
you
So-
what and then how.
Okay, hold on. City of Westlake is.
our mission is to thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth to provide quality services in a sustainable manner and a deep commitment to public safety or something like that.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all either.
That was good.
Don't ask me to say that again.
That was good. That was good.
Okay, so our mission.
Say that
is-
again.
Our mission is to thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth
We need to start writing.
to provide quality services in a sustainable manner with a deep commitment to public safety. All right, that sounded pretty good, huh? Our
But then you
mission
have
is
to
to
say how.
thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth by providing quality services in a sustainable manner and a deep commitment to public safety.
Deep commitment to public safety is not a how or what.
Okay,
It's not a how?
deep,
Well, having a deep commitment
deep commitment.
is hard to measure.
Well, I mean, we've said that we need, where safety is foundational, so how do we get to safety being foundational? We're committed to public safety. Deeply.
So just put we're committed with commitment to public safety without,
Services that are sustainable.
and a strong commitment to public safety?
Strong commitment, deep, strong, either way.
How about active?
Active commitment.
Deep, strong, focus on public safety,
An active.
How about primary emphasis on public safety?
Okay, and a primary emphasis on public safety.
what don't we like about deep commitment?
And well, he said deep was not. It's not an action, well, deep is a feeling, right? Well, what is
Deep
deep? It's
commitment.
not an action word, like.
Yeah, I'm not, that's not a how.
Yeah.
That's a belief.
Mhm. And a primary commitment to public safety. What do y'all think about that? Our mission is to thoughtfully guide Westlake's growth by providing quality services in a sustainable manner and a primary,
Emphasis.
With a primary.
with a primary, yeah, and with a primary emphasis on public safety. Mhm. Took a village, but that was, yeah.
Now, this is not mine, but, the one above that, you lost through inclusive community engagement.
But we can
Yeah,
add that. Let's
I'm
see.
okay with that.
Have you lost it?
Yeah, I mean, I just picked two of the things that were most important to me. One was thoughtfully guiding Westlake's growth, and the other one was a deep commitment to public safety. I just want to reiterate our commitment to public safety.
So I took a little bit
Take
of
two
Gary's
out.
and a little bit of yours.
What if we lose deep and we just say we're committed to public safety? That's a how, right?
Yes.
So just get rid of the word deep.
You don't like primary emphasis on public safety?
Not really.
So you want to say with a commitment
Commitment to public safety.
to
I think it
public
says it.
safety?
We're committed to public safety.
It's not a very strong commitment, though. Primary is.
Well, I was gonna save this for the next round, core values, but let me share this with you. So, once we have our vision and our mission and then our core values established, one of the things I'm gonna talk about tomorrow is when the city takes an action, whether it's a city council public action or an action by the staff, you can always ask the question of what you just did, how does that meet what our vision is? How does that meet what our mission is? How does that meet our core values? So you always can ask the question once these are established. How is what you did tied to our vision, our mission, and our core values? And if we, as a council, as a staff, as consultants, are deviating from that, and the answer is, we missed the boat, that's enlightening.
You bring it back.
All right, and you gotta bring it back.
I mean, I think that just the fact that it made it into the mission statement, the word commitment to public safety, the fact that it's in our mission statement says it's a strong, a deep, a primary. So we don't need that qualifying word. Because it's in our mission statement, it's primary, it's a focus. So we can lose the deep or the primary emphasis or the strong, just commitment to public safety.
I think the one that Zoe's typing in now may capture what you're saying there. And also maybe, Councilman Warner, your thoughts around it, so.
merged a couple things.
Yeah, we
Figured out works.
first a couple of things. I know you say it's too long, but I don't know if we're gonna get away from.
Prioritizing public safety, okay,
Mhm.
I like it.
Say, everyone say.
Say.
Yeah.
So if we're already saying that we're prioritizing public safety, do we need to say that we're building a safe?
So you leave out safe, the city of
Well,
Westlake.
because we're doing it by doing public safety. You have to have your what and your how you're gonna get there. So we want safe, but we're gonna do it through priority, we're gonna
I
prioritize.
thought the
public
what
safety.
was our
Vision.
vision,
No, vision is where you're going,
right?
This is the here and now and how we're gonna do it.
the how and the what.
So we want a safe, inclusive, sustainable community, but we're gonna do it through prioritizing
Okay.
public safety.
Eric, what did you think about the last
Four
one?
letters,
I think the last one is the clearest one. I just
the
want
best
to,
so far?
yeah, I just want to
Thanks, Jeff.
also mention that when I was looking up in Google, thank you for Google, the average mission statement is about 3 sentences.
All right, I think we did it then.
City West.
So they said.
Building a safe, inclusive,
Why don't you read it out loud?
So Gary, thoughts?
thoughtfully guiding growth.
What do you think of the last one?
Yeah, I think it's ambiguous.
Really?
Thoughtfully guiding, what does that mean? Prioritizing, how
Why are you
you
talking?
can prioritize it at the bottom or at the top. I just think it's ambiguous. Enhancing quality, same thing, ambiguous.
So what would you change? What would you change it to?
Well, I just say the second one is simple and to the point. I don't see the need for any more.
City of Westlake.
You add all those other words in there, it's gonna come back and bite. Like Dr. Sugarman said, we make a decision and compare it to the template of our vision or our mission statement and find out, well, we really didn't do that.
Responsive leadership is
I think to your
actively
point,
listening to our,
and to Dale's, it's a simple thing after the fact that, did we provide quality services? And did we do it sustainably? That's an easy check on what we did. Yes, we did. You did that and we did that. And it meets the mission. And it meets the visions. To me, it's a simple, easy check.
That's my, that's my plan. You add all the,
But sustainable matters ambiguous.
really, sustainable meaning, get tax revenue and all of our other budgets. We prepare, we provide services based on what we're able to pay for.
Now, later.
Well, that's what's sustainable about it.
You gotta be ambiguous.
it's in quality, we should lie.
I mean, we're not coming up with any innovative services.
I
In 10 years, they might.
I think our government in itself is innovative.
But I think we need to think of it perspective.
There's only 2 cities in the entire state that do government the way we do.
City manager and
It's innovative by itself.
integrating technology throughout public stuff like that, that's innovative.
Yes.
It's still counts for quality.
But you just, what I'm saying is, it's
So
I don't, as a different perspective, I think short and sweet sometimes could come off as quick and unlawful,
like the city of West Palm.
right? And I don't
Left
want
Valley
to
Metro.
portray that to our residents, that we were just trying to be quick and not giving it any thought
I,
to the
I
mission.
don't disagree, so I don't have a different perspective. I think the very last one is probably the best. I would lose the word through exceptional services. That might be the only trap in that word is, again, when we're doing stuff in council and the only thing that could possibly come back to bite us, well, that wasn't exceptional. Exceptional is such a trigger word there. And it's also subjective. My definition of exceptional could be totally different than your definition of exceptional. So that may be the one tweak through exceptional services. But everything else, I think that one's great. But it has my thoughtfully guiding growth, which I really like. But instead of us deep commitment, it's prioritizing public safety. The rest of it, I would play.
So there's a couple of edits. I took out the,
Like your
see if that's anything different.
Innovation and I like responsive leadership because it means we're listening to our constituents and we're delivering based on their input, which is what we're here to do. It's what we're elected to do.
Yeah, but I don't see us thoughtfully guiding any growth.
Well, that's what I try to do every
Yeah.
time. It's,
We have a plan, it's been developed, we have zoning codes, development code, it's being implemented, and the property owner brings us proposals, and we approve them. We're not
Do you want me to read it to
thoughtfully
you?
doing any of that growth.
you may not be, but I'm doing my very, very best to thoughtfully guide the growth of this city.
I think
We're lowering taxes where we can, where we could just not, where we're taking measured approaches and fiscally responsible approaches to building our city services, like our city parks and so on. That's thoughtful. That's thoughtfully guiding growth. We could decide tomorrow to take out $50 million in debt, and we haven't done that yet. That's pretty thoughtful. And it's guiding the growth responsibly.
So Gary, I think you're thinking only in terms of growth of the development of the city. I think you're speaking growth as a city overall, from operations to,
But I think it should be our mission to guide this growth. We're a brand new city.
right?
And we should do it thoughtfully.
So,
With intent.
Words
Mhm.
creates
so that's good.
Meaning, different meaning.
meaning difference.
Mhm.
One sees it from one side, one sees it from the other.
We got rid of the exceptional services because he didn't like it.
Yeah.
What exception.
So look at the bottom one.
But building a park is in response to the development growth of the community and the growth of population.
I don't care what anyone writes. If you give it to two different people are gonna interpret it two different ways.
Sure.
So I don't think we should be so concentrated and focused on what someone else might think it is, as opposed to us communicating what it really is. And that gets back to our communication and getting that information out to what it is that we need by the mission statement, not by what they think it's going to be.
I really like this last one. A lot.
You got rid of the exceptional
Yeah,
services.
I like it a lot.
The other option,
There's no traps in there.
we could just end this, put a period here, and take out the last part of it, just have the period after life.
I mean, I like responsive leadership. I think that's very important.
True.
We got rid of the exceptional
I
services.
really like the last one, the way it's written right now.
Don't.
I can't see anything wrong with it. City of Westlake is committed to building a safe, inclusive, and sustainable community by thoughtfully guiding growth, prioritizing public safety, and enhancing quality of life. Where'd it go?
Very good.
Should do permanent.
I like Greg's last suggestion.
Yeah, the very last one. That's what I'm saying.
No, he's saying the,
No,
Take it off,
take
no,
off
but he
the.
was talking about the third one, the fourth one.
Mhm.
stopping at life.
Enhancing quality of life, period.
Yeah, I think it's
I like. Okay, I mean, I like.
So,
I
on
like so
on
we
that
could
section,
Responsive
yeah.
leadership in there, I'd be good with it, but whatever. Yeah, okay, that's fine, we get rid of it. Enhancing quality of life, period. Okay. Yeah.
No,
I'm good with that.
by thoughtfully guiding growth, prioritizing public safety, and enhancing quality of life.
Good.
So we
Period.
can have
No.
responsive leadership.
I like responsive leadership, but that's my personal thing that I'll choose to do always. You guys can do it if you want to.
Here's the only thing I'm concerned about, again, I think you, my perspective, my opinion is you want to engage the community somehow in what it is that you do, the how and the why. But that's just my personal opinion, having done many of these.
But are you saying that it doesn't?
Well, and
accomplish
the
that?
responsible leadership or responsible
Leadership.
or the,
I really like the responsive leadership. You guys took it.
No, I thought we were trying to.
also,
It was on my keyword.
The community engagement.
Responsive
Yeah.
leadership?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really
So
like
let's
it.
add that back. See. Oh, my God.
And I think it's our responsibility as council members.
How about through responsible leadership?
we could also,
Yeah.
by practicing responsible leadership.
Oh, I like
That's a
that.
good one.
I like that.
Through responsible leadership.
That's,
By practicing, I think by
By
practicing.
practicing.
by practicing responsible leadership.
Yeah, good.
Okay,
Okay.
like that.
So Westlake's going to be a safe, inclusive, and sustainable community by thoughtfully guiding growth, prioritizing public safety, and enhancing quality of life by
Yes, I
practicing.
like that.
Very
That's
good.
right.
So,
We did it again.
Responsible leadership.
I'm the cheerleader.
Exhibiting rather than practicing?
Talk about it. Exhibiting rather than practicing.
it's 6 and 1 for me. I kind of like practicing, but
You could exhibit something but not mean it.
Practicing is an active.
That's active, yeah, and action.
You actually didn't count.
Implementing.
I mean, it's semantics.
How about demonstrating?
Yeah, demonstrating, I like that.
Demonstrating,
Yeah,
demonstrating by demonstrating responsible leadership.
Yeah,
Were you demonstrating the leadership with that decision?
yeah.
You can always ask the
There
question.
he goes. He acted it out too.
Were you the angry?
You were the-
I'm trying to teach myself, it's so difficult.
I know it's hard.
So after safe, let's take the space out.
Are we there?
After safe.
Think when you are.
Love it.
Committed to building
We're there?
inclusive,
Yeah.
sustainable community.
All right, so you can capture that and send it, or you want to take pictures of that for Nikki tonight on your pillow?
Yes. Listen, we still had to move and get, it gave us the core.
All right, we're almost done. We're gonna make it 4 o'clock. We got it. Yeah. We got one more to do, and this is the easiest of the 3. I always say the easiest for last, but everyone gets tired.
No.
I don't know you are overtraining them.
You're falling asleep.
I'm
Do I have
practicing.
control? You know, Zoe? Okay.
Should relinquish control.
We got the mission now. Okay, so we're gonna do core values. The core values of an organization drive the process of implementation. Values provide the basis for how the organization and its members will work to achieve the vision and the mission. It is how we will behave, and that's the key word, behave as an organization. Examples of core values include professional excellence, innovation, leadership, teamwork, and integrity. Core values can include nouns or adjectives. They're typically a single word. Honest is an adjective. Correct me if I'm wrong. Honesty is a noun. Transparent is an adjective. Transparency is a noun. I'm not going to give you examples of core values from other communities, because I want you to craft the way the city of Westlake will behave. I want to know what's important to you, and as I said a few minutes ago, when you behave a certain way, as a resident, as a contractor, as a consultant, as a member of the Board of County Commissioners, the governor, I'm going to ask from time to time, were you transparent in what you did? If transparency is going to be a core value for you? Were you honest how you behaved? If honesty is a core value for you. So who's up to write?
I'm ready.
So let's see, what am I, oh, you got the blue one? Okay, you got the blue one. Okay,
So I have a few.
what are your core values?
Safety first.
Yep.
Sustainability. Inclusivity.
Civility,
Innovation. Community. Transparency and accountability.
are those two separate ones or is that all
Together.
flash?
Yeah, slash.
Transparency, flash accountability.
And then excellence in planning. Excellence in planning.
I think we need to add efficient.
And honestly,
I was gonna pick
Integrity.
trust with honesty.
good one.
Or trust.
And ethical.
Well, wait, slow down. Honesty,
Public trust. Oh,
integrity,
Is that different than ethical?
yes.
We're talking about the city itself, right?
We're talking about our organization
Are we gonna?
core values.
Right.
How we are operating as an organization,
Okay.
not the community, the organization.
Are we doing the community
Public
later? or
trust.
not?
You're not,
Okay,
is how you're gonna behave.
got it.
Or this is how you're gonna behave.
yes.
What was after, ethical, somebody said something.
Reasonable?
Accessible.
How we're gonna behave.
I got it. BTC. That's it.
How about prudence? Is that one?
Is a core value.
So it can't be any more.
Responsible.
It's under accountability.
Responsible, no, that's a new one.
So how, I need some help.
Okay,
How can we, I want to say, and if this is individually as elected officials, you know, one of our core values should be always representing the city well. So how do we? say that?
stewardship,
Stewardship?
good word.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Like we should
All
always
steward
be
of-
representing the city.
Steward of the city.
Visionary leadership.
Visionary, vision,
Oh, here,
vision.
Boy,
we're gonna go back to more dots. And it's only-
Civic engagement.
About transparent.
I think we got there.
Transparency, I
Oh,
have.
good.
I think that's a lot of words to start with. What did you just say? You said something about the visionary leadership
Visionary leadership.
and then
Um,
JP said something maybe.
where's it on? Did we put smart growth?
No, smart growth is not up there yet.
Wait, but I thought that's how we're gonna behave. That's what
It's not gonna be visionary.
That's what the city,
Well, smart growth is not up there, but I'm not sure it's a core value.
Yeah.
Smart decision making is maybe.
Mhm.
There's gotta be more.
Yeah.
There's gotta be more.
Environmental stewardship.
Cooperative.
Collaborative,
They don't like it. Get rid of it.
collaborative. Oh, we have to, yeah, collaborative. So we gotta.
Relationship.
How about dignity, professional?
Did you say responsible?
Yeah.
The integrity was up there, right?
This is how we're to act.
And start town transparency, service, which was
Collaboration.
Yeah.
equity,
No,
respectful, respectful.
Yeah, that was our, that was.
Is respectful up there?
That's a good one, respectful.
Yeah, collaborate and collaborative. So respectful, collaborative,
How about civic pride?
I think those are it. We got 10.
Be proud of the
Yes,
city that
all
we
the-
represent and always comport ourselves like we're proud of the city we represent.
So core values for elected officials, I think we got them all.
Have
Equity,
the city
accountability, transparency, service.
represent.
Just-
That should be.
I've never done a workshop with Chat GPT.
It's always the first.
Welcome to 2025.
This is my first strategic plan with Chat GPT.
I think we got them all.
Yeah, be careful. ChatGPT is gonna do this whole thing.
I know.
We won't need you later.
You think we're done?
Yeah, we got them. I think the top 10 we have anyway, the top 10 for elected officials. Yeah.
So.
Mhm.
No,
The guy.
Now we're picking your favorites or?
yes, sir. You've done this before, huh?
I just asked ChatGPT what was next.
Okay, here we go.
Happy Friday. Yes. Oh, there we go. Just gonna go with my 2. Give me 5.
Come on, get up. Please pick your 5 favorites.
All right, thank you, sir.
5 favorites, huh?
We can do these.
Don't pick the same five, we're good.
I'm gonna take a photo of me. It's- Yeah.
This is fish.
Like it.
344.
I've done this before.
Y'all came up with too many words. Narrow them down faster.
I know those words. Integrity.
Okay, so here's what we've got. Integrity has 4. Ethical has 3. Acceptable has, it must be the yellow one. Stewardship has 3. Safety has 3. Transparency, accountability has 3. Efficient has 1. Honesty has 2. Respectful has 4.
Collaborative.
I ask.
You have one more.
Collaborative has
Oh,
one.
collaborative has 1. Typically, I suggest that the core values be no less than 5 and no more than 8. So how many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Well,
5, 6.
I think
Go with the top.
honesty is part of having integrity, right? So we can-
So if we go with 4 and 3, we have 6.
integrity is basically the same thing, so we could get rid of
If
honesty.
we go with the 4 and 3 count, we have 6. Integrity, ethical, stewardship, safety, accountability,
Respectful.
respectful. That's 6.
Folks good with that?
Yeah.
Safety. Mhm.
That was fast.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Excuse me.
I think those are good words.
Transparency, accountability.
Excellence in planning.
No, that's not it.
Oh, it's right, it's transparency. That's right.
Respectful.
Transparency, accountability.
Transparency and accountability are one.
Mhm.
And then respectful.
That's it.
All right, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna wordsmith this a little bit so that when we print it, it's gonna come out. We will demonstrate our integrity. We will demonstrate our ethical behavior, stewardship for the community. We will wordsmith that when we bring it back to you. And I don't need to take, I don't need to take back control unless you're giving it to me. Oh, there we go. And so here is the slide you've all been waiting for.
Oh.
Just Nelson.
Now,
I can have it.
tomorrow we can come back. I don't want to flip all the way through all the screen, but tomorrow is day 2, where we're gonna recap today's work. We're gonna see if there's any items unfinished from today. I don't know if there are or aren't, but we'll go over questions, comments, and concerns. I want you to think about this stuff tonight. And then we're gonna identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges. We're gonna identify SMART goals, identify incentives, priorities, wrap up, talk about next steps, and we'll do council comments and public comments, and then we'll adjourn. I don't know if we'll be done by noon tomorrow, so
We're gonna try to be, well.
if we'll try to be, although SMART goals takes a long time, frankly. They're specific, they're measurable, they're actionable, they're,
The R. I did too. Realistic.
realistic and timely, right? So when we set goals, we're gonna do dates, timeframes, who gets the assignment, those kind of things. So SMART goals takes a while, right? So I'll do my best to get you out of here by noon tomorrow. But Zoe, I saw there's a lot of leftover food, so I don't know if you need to order more food for that.
It's already ordered.
So you can like that tomorrow.
Beat us.
Yes.
When the public comments come before us tomorrow, are we supposed to try to incorporate any of what they say tomorrow? Because if we are, then maybe we should reverse council to after public.
I think the two people that come tomorrow,
I didn't believe tomorrow.
they can give us some public comments at the beginning.
Yeah, it would.
We'll do it any way the council wants.
Because if we've ended and we said, oh, that's actually a really good point.
Well, we made responsive leadership one of our core values, so I think it's important that we're responsive to the public.
We'll do it any way the council wants. You want to talk about that now?
I think it should be hashed out now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about it now.
Maybe maybe we do like a midpoint, like right before a middle break, we do comments.
Good, that way we can respond afterwards.
Right before lunch, we do
Before we do
comments.
the wrap up, why don't we have public comment?
Well, we do, have public comment as part of the wrap up.
Oh, it's after, it's on, goodness, after us.
Well, that's
Right,
what
but
I
it's
was
after.
told how we were gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
But we can change it. This is your workshop.
Yeah.
We can,
So
we can
what-
change it.
So what are we asking?
Move public to right here.
Where do we go for lunch in this agenda day 2? Is it after SMART goals?
I know it's the answer to that question. It's probably when we get hungry, and we'll see how far along we get.
Okay. Okay.
Look at that.
All right,
Well, on the appendices that you provided, do we go through any of that as a group?
Not in the workshop, no. It's provided to you as background information. But you wanna.
yeah, public by
Right,
before.
right, and you will have an opportunity to comment tomorrow
We're checked out.
before we wrap up.
Yeah, that's not the definition of responsive.
Yeah,
So
I think we should have public first. Before us,
public comment.
before the wrap up.
Oh, just split those two?
Before council comments. After identify and set priorities. Actually, no, we
It
need public
is
comments
public.
before we identify.
Yeah, I think,
I don't know.
no, not for us.
Well,
Public
here it
comment.
is, final public comment.
Comment.
final council comment.
Last.
Yeah, that's,
No.
we want to be.
Yeah. But we want to hear from the public before we identify.
It wasn't.
I'm sorry.
Just clarification. So
Today,
the agenda that was published was, once you all went through your strategic planning process, it was public feedback and then city comments and then adjournment.
So it's going to be the last two.
Yeah. So public comments
My question,
is before.
is it okay that we publish one thing and change it?
You can still do the public comments earlier if you want to, but I would give, if new people come, because it's already been
Got it.
advertised,
Yeah,
I
which
would
is
give
fine.
We'll just-
any new person a chance to speak at that point.
Again, the two people that are here.
Yeah.
Give us comments. And then again at the end. that'll be fun.
I just want to make sure
Yeah,
everyone who comes.
to
you
keep
guys
it legal,
know.
got it. Okay,
So we're good?
good.
We're good. So we'll do a public comment.
In the middle somewhere.
Okay. That is started before.
Probably before we identify and set our.
Just if you want to incorporate something.
That,
So before we identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges?
I would say before we identify the consensus priorities.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we might want to use some of the public comment.
That makes
to-
sense, I think.
Yeah, I think it does too.
So we'll do a public comment after SMART goal.
Right.
Yep.
Yes.
So tomorrow when we get started, we'll need a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
That's probably the workshop, you can't take any action. So-
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so
Okay, that's right.
that's why I said we can, if you guys want to by consensus, allow people to speak earlier, that's fine. We just have to.
Allow it
I
at the
think,
end, too.
Allow it at the end, in case anybody hadn't spoken and showed up a little later.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
Do I have to adjourn?
we're
Officially?
really recessed, aren't we?
No.
Recess till tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Okay, yeah, recess
At
3:54 PM.
So recessed.
Good job, everybody.
What time tomorrow?
9 AM, right?
9 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh. Vision. So good. You guys approved.
I'm gonna grab my blue.
First.